a place for conversations, SDAQ&A. You're safe to speak your truth, common ground, shared beliefs with lots of room for disagreement. Tell us all what you believe and let us see if we can challenge you. From all paths coming here to share their stories. Some have left this global church, some remain and defend her. Where are you on the path? Does Ellen still appeal to you? SDAQ&A, you are welcome here. 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 Oh, SDAQ&A, you are welcome here. SDAQ&A, you are welcome here. A place for conversations, SDAQ&A. You're safe to speak your truth, common ground, shared beliefs with lots of room for disagreement. Tell us all what you believe and let us see if we can challenge you. From all paths coming here to share their stories. love me so much more than I could ever know. Your love is deeper than this world will ever show. And all of life's beauty shines around this moment now. The sky and the cliffs, they seem to change my life somehow. And I will never be the same, will never be the same. Whoa, 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 I will never be the same, never be the same ever again. Here I am waiting, Lord, my life is just for you. Please unfold all the plans that you would have me do. And if all the world's just a breath and nothing's here to stay, and all of the love we feel will save us anyway. And I will never be the same, will never be the same. Whoa, I will never be the same, will never be the same ever again.
Hello and welcome to another SDAQ&A, where we share divergent thoughts and ideas and beliefs, finding common ground when we can, and looking at all things Adventist. I'm a former Adventist looking in from the outside, revealing Adventism, one conversation at a time. And good to see you all. Welcome. Now, these mugs will be available in the United States very soon. It turns out that the company that makes them here in Australia are a subsidiary of a bigger, same name company in the States. So, yeah, hopefully in a week or two, you'll be able to just order and get it delivered to your door at a much, much cheaper price. And we can all hold up our mugs. So, yes, welcome everybody. Good to have you here. Tomorrow we have Nikki Carlton on our Good News Fellowship program. And remember, you'll need to watch that over at our new YouTube channel there. YouTube.com/at Gospel Good News Fellowship. And we're starting to get our numbers up there, which is awesome. Before we begin, please lean forward and click that like button. Let's just do a quick check. I'm having a check. So far, 4 people have liked the YouTube one. Not sure how many over there on Facebook. But yeah, doesn't cost you anything. You just lean in and yeah. So today, and if you want to support a few dollars into PayPal, that'd be great too. Thank you. So today we are going back in time, and we have been re-releasing onto YouTube and other platforms the incredible season 2 of SDAQ&A, where we interviewed, where there were 86 programs, and I interviewed many very interesting people. Most of those interviews, thank you Facebook, have disappeared from Facebook in our private group. And that's why I've been really wanting to get them onto YouTube so that they can be there as a resource for years to come. So many interesting people I interviewed, from, Gil Valentine, George Knight, Robert Brinsmead, Dr. Desmond Ford himself, Ron Numbers, who wrote Prophetess of Health. It was an incredible season, and interesting that a lot of new subscribers to the channel don't even really know about it, and yet it was the reason we kind of took off and came into existence. So we're looking back at the famous Robert Brinsmead interviewer. I think I've interviewed him 2 or 3 times. He's still kicking. He's in his 90s, and he's going to be on the show again down the track, I hope, as well. Now, a lot of people talk about Robert Brinsmead, and they say, well, he was there at the beginning of that whole kind of really fundamentalist, historicist kind of Adventism. And then he was there at the heart of all the liberal progressive Adventism. And my understanding of his journey is not, I don't view it this way. I don't view that he flip-flopped. By the way, those listening on the podcast, this is 2025. You will see that it says 2020 on season 2. We're about to go back and replay it. I just view that he's a man with an inquiring mind, and he looks deeply into things. So yes, he was a part of a movement that he began that's still in existence today called the Awakening, and that was a very perhaps legalistic kind of Adventism. He then was at the forefront of the more progressive liberal righteousness by faith movement. He wrote 1844 Re-Examined, I think is the title. And he then went on, and he was kicked out of the church in the late 60s. He then went on to leave his interest with the Adventist church, having gone from the fundamental, as Stephen Beagle says in the comments, from legal Adventist to I can't remember what he's written, but somewhere there you got it right, Stephen, to a gospel Adventist. He wrote a book. Adrian might be able to tell me in the comments. Judged by the Gospel, is it? I can't remember, but a fantastic book. And he also went on to produce these magazines, Jesus and the Law. That's why, Stephen, I don't think any of us, and I don't even think some people that you've mentioned have given up on the law. It's just the perspective has changed. The law doesn't save you. So he went through this period of producing incredible gospel material, and material that I think, if you are a gospel Adventist, a progressive liberal Adventist, a post 1957 QOD Adventist, that's not my Adventism Adventist. If you get into the Verdict magazines, if you listen to the October 27, 1979 forum meeting with Des Ford, you will have a really good understanding of what it is to be a gospel Adventist. They are like the manifestos. John Rosier has put put out a document called What Adventism Could Have Been, I think it's called. And there's another one that I'm going to be doing a show on. Oh, yeah, these guys. How could I forget? Those guys. If you want to really understand what gospel Adventism is, get into Verdict, get this book, watch my show with John Rosier, which is coming up soon. Go back and listen to our show of Des Ford Forum 1979. Those 4 things are the 4 cornerstone documents for liberal progressive. That's not my Adventism. So, check those out. I'm going to be doing one show that kind of really talks about each one of those 4 things. The Gospel Adventist Manifesto, I might call it. So back to Robert Brinsmead. He went through those 2 phases of legalistic to more liberal, progressive Adventist, to leaving all of that behind and living out in the secular world. Here in Australia, he became involved with the local council, I think, became involved with some local politics. My understanding is that he became quite agnostic, not a fervent, anti every believer. I think he just slipped into this, well, we can't really, convince anybody of our own personal beliefs and claims. A lot of belief goes into faith where you can't provide empirical data and evidence. And I think he just went into going, well, I can't prove things, and let's just roll along, and has lived an incredibly good life, a man of honor and virtue. And he's focused on his family. He's built up an incredible business in North New South Wales. I think it's called Tropical Fruit Land or something. And yes, Adrian has confirmed it. He's got a great book called Judged by the Gospel. Great book. Adrian is correct. And thanks for that reminder, Adrian. And in recent years, he has begun a very interesting journey back into understanding Jesus and the Gospels, and how they fit, and Paul, but more in a scholarly, historic setting, landscape. So he's had those 4 kind of big stages. And so we're going to listen to that interview now. It's quite a long one, so I hope you've got your mug there. And Motor Sapien says he's first in line for the first one. Okay, I will. I won't advertise to anybody, Motor Sapien. I'll let you know. You can put the order in and have first dibs on the first sale in the USA. So sit back and relax. Oh, one last quick thing. Gillian Ford is watching today, and this came in the mail. Bye, and here's why. This great little book is the culmination of a lot of her research into Robert and Monica Vallis, Basil Barnard, Wally Drain, Bob Grieve, and the reasons they left the Adventist Church. This was all in the 30s and 40s. It's a fascinating read. We did 2 or 3 shows on this topic, and it's available now, I believe, on Amazon. Go and find it. Check it out. So speaking of Gillian, it was funny back in the day, because as I said, we're going back in time in a minute, and it'll feel like, we're here. So it'll feel like it's happening now in the present. Anyway, back in the day, Zoom was kind of just starting off and didn't quite totally understand a lot of the technology. And Gillian joins us in the interview, but not to be interviewed, just kind of there. You know, remember the day you'd sort of all come into meetings on Zoom, you'd sit there and you'd watch people having interviews. You were like there. Anyway, that's kind of what happened. And people kept writing in the comments, let Gillian speak. Let her have a voice. This is misogyny. She's just sitting there while the men talk. But she literally was just sitting there to kind of watch the conversation and to, you know, put a little, you know, I think Bob was quite keen to have her there because he said his memory was going a bit funny. But it turns out when Bob's going, you can't interrupt him. And I did occasionally, so it's a bit annoying. I kind of learned to sit back. Anyway, with all those ponderings and explanations, I hope you enjoy the program. Let's go back in time from 2025 to 2020, the seminal season 2 of SDAQ&A, where so much material was unearthed and discovered about Des Ford and Glacier View and all things in between. And I'm joined today by Jill Ford. Hi, Jill. Jill's going to be just, prompting us young fellas with anything we leave out or some interesting questions that could be added. So it's great to have her co-hosting today. Thank you, Jill.
Co-hosting.
So, officially, I'd just like to say welcome to another SDA Q&A. I'm Peter Dixon, and today my very special guest is Bob Brinsmead. How are you, Bob?
I'm very well, thank you.
Now, I might have to get both of you just to go as close as you can to the mics there, just dropping back a little bit in volume. So it's really fantastic to have you here, Bob. One of the, I think, fascinating things that we can talk about and we'll unpack is the trajectory and the changes that you've had in your own life, going from quite a fundamental conservative historicist Adventist perspective to a more liberal progressive view to where you are today, which we'll get you to share with. But before we kind of dig deep into that, and we're going to be looking at Glacier View, of course, and your thoughts on that. But before we dig in, we just want to find out a little bit about you and where you were born. Were you born Seventh-day Adventist? Just a bit of a background, just a brief catch up on your last 86 years.
Yes, I was born into an Adventist family, large family. I'm the youngest of 8 children, 3 of us still alive. I still have a sister that's 99 years of age, who's older than me.
Wow.
And,
99?
99, and I lost a brother 2 years ago. He was 5 months short of 100. That was Reg. But my father became an Adventist, I think it was about the year 2013 when, rather 1913. In the year 1913, just before World War I, an Adventist bookseller came selling books, colporteur, door to door, and introduced him to Uriah Smith's Daniel and Revelation. And that took him in. That really got him going.
Wow.
He was a Methodist, his wife was an Anglican, and they studied the Adventist literature and, of course, the issue of the seventh-day Sabbath, and became Adventists and vegetarian. very strong believers in Ellen White. But we were brought up in the country, and I didn't have in my life very much contact with the church as an institution, an organisation, or we were isolated members and sometimes far out in the country, and we would gather together on the Sabbath, small groups, Bible study and that sort of thing, yes.
And so what age did you go to Avondale College?
Yes, I went to Avondale in 1955.
Okay.
I was more of a mature age student. I think I must have been about...
You go to Avondale College?
Older than
Yes,
most.
I went to Avondale.
Oh, sorry, I've just got that. Sorry, Bob, I've just got this feedback happening. I'm just going to shut down one of the windows in the background. There we go. Sorry. Yeah, you went to Avondale.
So I went to Avondale in 1955. I left the farm, and I was in North Queensland at the time with my brother. We had a sugarcane and banana property way up near Cairns.
Right.
And,
Actually, my father was at Avondale around 55, 56, 57. So maybe we were chatting off air.
yes, he was there. I think, if I remember correctly, I think being one of the older students, I think your father was the assistant preceptor.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Because I think he graduated. I could literally call out. I can hear him outside the window. I should just call out. What year did you graduate? I think it was 57.
Yes.
What was Avondale like in the mid 50s to late 50s? And how was Adventism represented there at the time?
Oh, it was a very conservative Adventism in those days. When I went back to college, just for the 50th reunion, it was easy enough to get the impression that things had gone a long way since we were there. There was a very there was the demarcation of the male and the female students, and quite a tight control of coming and go, leaving the grounds and coming back, and so it was a smaller family in those days.
Mm. How many students do you think were on actually living on campus?
There would have been about 300.
Okay.
250, 300. That's be my impression just from now.
I've heard people talk of that time as being, though quite restrictive, quite a buzz of excitement. From prayer meetings to Vespers to church, with lots of singing, and an anticipation of Christ's soon return was almost palpable.
Yes, it was, and I was always involved in those students who were interested, discussing. It was a favourite topic. Last day events. It's big on the SDA calendar.
Yes, yes.
And, it was, the language of Adventism was, looking back at it, was quite esoteric, really. You'd speak of loud cry, you'd speak of the angel of Revelation 18, the latter rain, the seal of God, the mark of the beast, and of course the investigative judgment and the close of human probation and the great time of trouble. Now, to us, and a lot of my fellow students who did take that as seriously as I did, those events weren't long in the future. They were all about to be rolled out in front of us.
They were imminent.
Exactly.
And that kind of creates for being quite dramatic and almost living within a powerful movie or drama, but actually living in it
feeling that, you've got a prophet that's sharing visions. Obviously, she passed by then, but you've got the words of the prophet echoing around the halls there. You've got a great anticipation. You've got the desire to spread the gospel. Many people left in the late 50s out to the mission fields. And
yes, and the Ellen White Centre was just down the road.
just around the road.
In the, within the community. And
Yeah.
So...
And there were people who were in their older years that would have been living in Cooranbong at the time who would have known Ellen White as well.
Yes, just about.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think, yeah. Can you recall any of the lecturers that stood out to you at that time? And when did you graduate?
I didn't graduate. I'm a proud recipient of the ROB after my name. That stands for the Royal Order of the Boot. I never got to finish I almost finished everything. I had a little bit more Hebrew to do, which I learned privately. I took up private Hebrew lessons there for some time. One or two things I had to clean up before I finished my theological course. And in the break, the brethren kindly let the year end and wrote to me during the college break. That was over the summer period, that I should not come back to finish my studies at Avondale.
Based on what?
Well, while I was there, and I did leave college for a number of months, I had to return because we had a cyclone which was very damaging to our property in North Queensland. So I was away for several months and I had to do a bit of catching up when I got back. But between being at college and being back on the farm, and mostly at college, I wrote a verse-by-verse commentary on the 11th chapter of Daniel, which I called The Vision by the Hiddicle. It's still, still floating around on the internet.
Wow.
And
Jill might be able to find a link.
I decided, because I was at college, and some of it might have been controversial. Before me, I might say there was an Adventist figure called Louis Weir. He was once an Adventist minister, and he remained an Adventist. But he took up a question of reinterpreting two things that caused a lot of controversy in Adventism in those days. When Louis Weir came onto the scene, the Adventists generally accepted Uriah Smith, and I can remember this, although I was a child when it started. The Adventist community accepted Uriah Smith just about on a par with Ellen White. Mm-hmm. And they used the statement that God guided the hand of Uriah Smith as he wrote his commentary on his commentaries on Daniel and Revelation, and produced his very significant volume. Louis Weir called into question 2 points or 2 matters in the traditional Adventist interpretation of Revelation, Daniel and Revelation. One was that the Battle of Armageddon was a figurative and a spiritual conflict rather than a literal conflict in the Middle East. That was regarded by many as a heresy. That was regarded as departing from the traditional pillars of the faith. The other he called into question, according to the outline of Daniel 11, there's an outline of the power called the King of the North, which covers many centuries. But Uriah Smith interpreted that the King of the North in the last days was Turkey. And my father believed it was Turkey. And in the World War I, all eyes were on Turkey, because this looked to be the fulfillment of what Uriah Smith was talking about. But Louis Weir said, no, the King of the North is not Turkey, but the papacy. So in our family, because of the controversy of Louis Weir, I guess my father was, and my sister was much older than me, 18 years older, Hope, being more open-minded and progressive and not so subject to authoritarianism, accepted Louis Weir's new interpretation of both Daniel and Revelation on the King of the North and by Armageddon. So I took this question up at college, and I wrote a commentary called The Vision by the Hidicum, which is a commentary that comes about the King of the North and what he would do and his conflict with God's people or the remnant or the church in the last days. And I made some comments in there that were controversial about 1888 and the human nature of Christ, and I dragged a few contemporary argumentative issues into that. Finished the commentary, it was typed up. I paid him a little. There was a fellow at college by the name of Bob Ball, and I asked him, I couldn't type, would he type it for me? He typed it up, and it was a bit rough in places, and he made a few typological errors that were blamed on, I deliberately made these errors, only minor ones. And but I left the commentary as it was. I didn't want to, I left it in circulation only with close friends. I even got to give instructions that it not be published because I didn't want to disturb anybody. But my sister didn't take any notice of me. And that was, typical of Hope. She went ahead and she published it. And they gave that as the reason why the things that were in my commentary on Daniel 11 were controversial.
Wow.
And unacceptable. And in view of that was the specific outward reason.
And you would have been about 25-ish, is that right?
Yes. I was just about to be married.
Right. And you were saying that Hope, is she the one that only passed away a little while back at 99?
No, she passed away. The 99-year-old is still living.
That's right.
Hope passed away at 94.
That's right, because she was 18 years older.
Yeah. So now it's just got a bit of fun story at the back of that. I was about to be married to a Valerie man, and she came from an Adventist family, or Adventist father and mother in Cootamundra. And when she left high school and decided to go to college and to study in teaching, her father figured that she was very likely to end up by marrying an Adventist minister. And one of the things he said to her as she was leaving for college, I hope you don't end up by marrying a conference yes man. Now that was his prayer, and I have to say it was amply fulfilled.
You certainly haven't been a yes man. And I like that. I think what I respect about your journey is that you are your own person.
To understand my background, I think you have to you have to make allowances for what Philip Adams calls the quintessential Australian spirit, is the spirit found only in the bush. It's not found in the urbanised centres so much as in the Australian bush. And when he described the quintessential Australian spirit of the bush, that's people of the land. And, you know, I'm a fourth, or I think I'm a fourth generation of, you know, Australian farmer. Philip Adams described it as an irreverent anti-authoritarian mateship, or it was an anti-authoritarian irreverence was very much the spirit of the Australian bush. And I think I probably just imbibed just a little bit of that.
Yes, I think so for sure. Yeah, a lot of my family on my mother's side are from further out of Toowoomba and were dairy farmers, and my grandparents and her brothers and sisters were all very much like the kind of characters that you're portraying there. There's kind of a authenticity and a willingness to just speak your mind and not take on board being bossed around. That's quite well exhibited. So when did you actually graduate from Avondale? Sorry, you left at Avondale.
I didn't graduate.
No, sorry, I misspoke. When you didn't go back that year, what did you do? The next year, after your controversial printing episode.
Well, I had already arranged to live at Avondale, in the Avondale village, so I'd already paid a deposit on renting a home in the Avondale village. So for a few months we did stay on there, and I continued some of the studies that I was involved in privately, and to the embarrassment, I suppose, of the some of the hierarchy, I continued having friendship with some of the people who are still in the Avondale College.
At that time, as people reflect on your history retrospectively, they will kind of describe it as you were once quite a fundamental conservative, and then you transitioned to quite a liberal view. By the sounds of it, you were thinking outside of the box from an existing conservative view to another conservative view without really a reference point to this progressive liberal view that came later. What are your feelings on perhaps digging deeper into this more simplistic definition of your quadrants of life? Like what were the complexities of your beliefs and how they clashed with those at the time, how they were received?
Well, I'd have to say that I took Adventism very seriously. I took it seriously enough that I investigated it, every aspect, every nut and bolt of the system. More than that, I went into very large detail and research, even in the end using research assistants to go back to the very roots of Adventism and the Adventist story and the pioneers, but every step of their developing theology. There wasn't. I'd be surprised if you could find an aspect there of that early history and that theological development that I was not thoroughly acquainted with, and how it developed and when it developed, and finally the distinctive teachings of Adventism, how they were formed. unless I'd done that, maybe I'd never done it, never given it up.
Yeah.
But the reason that I went into it so thoroughly, that in the end, I had to come to the conclusion that these unique teachings of Seventh-day Adventists are no more believable than the story of Jack and the Beanstalk.
But before you came to that conclusion, you were almost more conservative than the conservative Adventists.
Yes, that's true enough. Before I went to Avondale, my sister Hope was in controversy with the president of the Queensland Conference, whose name was Pastor Grieve, R.A. Grieve. He was preaching he was trying to reach out, and I say this with a lot of sympathy for him. He was trying to reach out to a more evangelical interpretation, or a more evangelical, or more biblical understanding of some of the Adventist teachings. And we saw it was a departure from Ellen White's teaching.
Right.
It wasn't in harmony with the spirit
Yes.
of prophecy.
Yeah.
So I wasn't personally involved, but my sister, being older than me and more mature than I was, she opposed him on the basis, very largely, of what is written in the book, The Great Controversy, by Ellen White. She would trot out statements, and I can still remember some of it. The Great Controversy, if you look up page 611 and 12, some editions it's page 611, some editions 612. It's impossible, I'm quoting Ellen White by memory, and I think it's exact. It's impossible that the sins of men should be blotted out until after the judgment at which their cases are investigated. Now, R.A. Grieve could not accept that. That's not in harmony, as he saw it, with the teaching of the Bible. And so there was a conflict on this doctrine of the blotting out of sins, and when the blotting out of sins takes place. According to Uriah Smith, go back, according to the pioneers, according to Ellen White, the sanctuary doctrine, the sins of believers are not blotted out until after the investigative judgment at which their cases are investigated. She stood in that position in opposition to the Queen's. I'm just saying what is the major point of it. She stood in opposition to that, in opposition to the Queensland president. And because of that, he managed at the time to disfellowship her and her husband. She was disfellowshipped from the Adventist church. Later, Grieve left Adventism himself over the controversy because he says it's not in harmony. The doctrine of the investigative judgment and what happened in 1844 and the blotting out of sins and this view of Adventism, it's not in harmony with the New Testament gospel. And he finally left the church, wrote an apology to my sister.
Wow.
For having thrown her out of the church, because he said, you were more in harmony with traditional Adventism than I was.
Yeah.
And here I can't quote his words exactly.
No.
He was being a more progressive sort of evangelical Adventist that finally took him outside of Adventism, but he managed to disfellowship my sister from the church.
Yeah.
Now, it was in that background that when I went to college with my brother John, that there were some questions hanging over my head. You know, what are we going to do with this fellow? You know, is he going to be a troublemaker here at Avondale? Do you think we can do anything with him? And I became a friend with very friendly relationship with Nelson Burns, who was the head of the theology department of Avondale, and I almost became like his fair-haired boy, and he always stuck up for me. Bob is okay. Bob is all right. Bob will turn out all right. You just leave it to me, you know. He said Des Ford was a little bit like Bob. He said, you know, he turned out, you know, what a great man he is in the Adventist church. Just give us a little bit of time and we will, you know, Bob will be molded and he'll fit in and so on and so on. That was his faith in me. After I wrote The Vision by the Helical, he shook his head and admitted that his faith, you know, what he anticipated wasn't quite working.
It had been shaken.
So he gave in to the leaders from Wahroonga. No, I should not come back to Avondale.
See, what's interesting is that you're asked not to come back because you were more conservative than the conservatives, and those seeking a slightly different progressive view.
In some respects,
Wanted
not
you
in every
out.
respect.
No, but who
I was
was on your side, I guess I'm trying to work out. Who was kind of on your side? You seem to be...
Oh, I had a lot of,
a
you
loner.
know, one of the fears was my influence at college. For instance, my last year at college, I was voted president of the Ministerial League, which was a vote of confidence that my peers put me in that position. So that signified a wide measure of me being accepted. That was in my final year at college. But there was an event that happened at college that while I was at college, that had a very big impact on my thinking and my subsequent development. About the year 1955, that's the year I entered college, there was an evangelical leader in America by the name of Ralph Martin, who had written a number of books on the cults. And he was proposing to write a book with a thesis that Seventh-day Adventists ought not be classed as Christian, but they should be labelled one of the cults.
Walter Martin.
So he then
Walter Martin.
Walter Martin. Okay, yes, Walter Martin. Thanks. Then he entered discussions. He took with him another evangelical colleague by the name of Barnhouse. I think it was Donald Gray Barnhouse.
Yeah, Donald Barnhouse.
He was the editor. I think at that time he was the editor of Eternity magazine.
Yes,
Or the Eternity Journal.
that's right.
And they began discussions with some of the Adventist leading teachers, namely Leroy Froome and Roy Allen Anderson. Now, I not only read the published reports of what was going on with that dialogue, I got hold of reports that were even not official reports of what was going on.
See, I'm very fascinated by this.
I read comments. I even read comments by both Martin and Barnhouse. Barnhouse apparently was a very colourful figure. I liked some of his turns of phrases, but Froome especially told the story of the early Adventist movement, how they came to their distinctive theological position, especially what Barnhouse and Martin were interested in was this unique teaching called the investigative judgment. Froome told the story of setting the date, the 22nd of October, 1844, the great disappointment and the effect it had on the Millerites, and how that the next day, Edson and young Crow, the older Edson and the younger Crozier were walking through the cornfield, contemplating the terrible devastation of the disappointment, when Hiram Edson almost stopped as if he had a vision. Barnhouse quipped it was suitable for place to be. It was in the cornfield. He thought it was a very corny explanation of the beginnings of Adventism. And the Adventist theologians, Freeman Anderson, explained the foundation position, how they believed that another work had begun. In those days, the early days, they called it the entrance in Jesus entered the second apartment of the heavenly sanctuary. Later on, some like to refine that and present it as a second ministry began, the two ministries rather than the two apartments. But whether you take it metaphorically or not, it means basically you led to the same conclusion. And so they had to explain to Barnhouse and Martin. Well, they said, to answer Barnhouse and Martin question, well, if Christ didn't come in 1844, then explain to us your teaching, what was it really that happened there? What was it that began in 1844? And they said, well, what began was the investigative judgment. Well, what's that? Well, what happened is that all those whose names are in the Lamb's Book of Life, all those who profess believers, there must be a judgment before the Advent. And so, first with the dead, and then it must pass to the living. There's a heavenly process of going over the books of record, determine who will be accepted and who will be rejected. Well, as I read the response of Barnhouse and Martin, these gentlemen must have been just about rolling on the floor with mirth. It was such, and Barnhouse said, well, shook his head and said, the explanation of what happened to justify the event, the date setting, is flat, stale, and unprofitable. That's the way he called the investigative judgment doctrine. Mm. It was flat, stale, and unprofitable. I still remember the words. He said, nothing but a great face-saving philosophical phenomena.
Where did he say that?
He said it off the cuff. It was reported. He reported it was widely reported, yes, his statements, and it's been in print many, many times. And those words, I found all this out in 1956. That's the next year, when I was in college in my second year. Barnhouse and Martin weren't impressed with the doctrine of the investigative judgment, and the verdict of Barnhouse, I had to be somewhat sympathetic to it, because if that's all that happened in 1844, if this is the raison d'etre for Adventism, this is the only unique doctrine that Adventists has contributed to Christian teaching. And all of this is going over the books of record, names rejected, names rejected, names accepted, names rejected, along with some of the other teaching of blotting out of sins, and the record is finally blotted out, which raises all sorts of very serious questions of conflict with the gospel. Even though I believe still, I was an ardent believer in the divine calling of Adventism. I could understand why Barnhouse had came to that estimation of the importance of that doctrine.
Yeah.
And the Froome says, well, Barnhouse and Martin's response was, well, if you Adventists want this little plaything doctrine tacked on to the great verities of the Christian faith, the deity of Christ, the blood atonements, and all the other important teachings of the Christian faith, if you accept that, if you want to have this plaything of the investigative judgment going over these names, this was a great event in 1844, you can have that if you want to, but that doesn't disqualify you of being Christian. Now, it didn't satisfy me, because the force of their argument was worth the force of their argument was a very powerful one. Their estimation. So my center of my attention was, what then is this judgment beginning in 1844? So what developed from my concentration on the study of the judgment was somewhat of a reinterpretation of the meaning of the judgment that began in 1844.
Right.
That teaching became known subsequently, I don't know how the name originated, but it subsequently was called the Awakening Message. And it all centered on a reinterpretation of the meaning of the judgment that began in 1844.
Now, before we go into the Awakening, because I want to dig into that a bit, and when you wrote later in your life, 1844 re-examined, was that a re-examination of the re-examination you were talking about earlier on?
Well, that was a re-examination of the... I didn't do a re-examination of my teaching.
No.
Because I'd already done that 10 years before and given it up.
Yeah. It was a re-examination of the source material.
Again of the traditional Adventist teaching of the investigative judgment beginning in 1844.
So before we get onto that, because to me, this is ground zero for what we're going to come to with Glacier View. And for those who are watching, I've had a few comments, Jill, of, classic, we've got the woman being all quiet over there and the side not saying anything. So just for those who are making those comments, Jill has requested just to actually sit back until we get into the more chatting about Glacier View and Des Ford. So that's just to allay your fears that I've told Jill to sit here and just be quiet. Far from it. So what you're saying there, Bob, I think is pivotal to what came later with the forming of the Concerned Brethren, etc.
Well, to understand my history, I'll simplify it as much as I can.
I'm not saying.
My interpretation, I realised that I was embarrassed about the answer that the Adventist leaders were able to give to Barnhouse and Martin. If that was all that happened in 1844, I was more inclined to agree with Barnhouse and Martin than I was with the Adventist leaders.
Yes.
I was reasonable enough to say, fair point, Barnhouse. It's flat, it's stale, and unprofitable if that's all that happened in 1844.
And that's what led you to that initial re-examination. And what I'm wanting to, just a slight sidetrack, sorry to interrupt, what I'm wanting just a slight sidetrack is not that I want to simplify what you're saying, is I just got a question, because I see it as such a significant time period, what came out of these discussions, the book Question on Doctrine. I'm trying to find out if at that time period, were Froome, Reed, Anderson, were they genuinely exploring a more progressive form of Adventism that they felt was a trajectory of Adventism, or were they just trying to please Barnhouse and Martin so that we just don't get put into the category of being a cult?
No, I'd say both. They were genuinely concerned to that the Adventist movement would there would be a rise of more evangelical Adventism. I would give that to them. They had a vision of the Adventist church becoming a more consistently evangelical.
Yeah. So they were quite genuine with their motives.
I would say so.
And what I like about what I'm hearing with what you're saying is that your initial response, instead of to try and bat down the opposition, you actually went, hang on, these guys have got a point. And so you wanted to then explore that point with your study of this initial re-examining of 1844.
Yes.
So I want you to, I'm fascinated by the responses around that time. When the book came out, Andreessen was one of the main guys who opposed the book. Tell us a little bit about him and that opposition, and then I want to dig back into your re-examining.
Well, yes, I was aware of Andreessen's opposition. I had certain questions. I won't get into all the detail that I was concerned about the direction that Froome and Anderson might have been going. It brings in such questions as the nature of Christ. Whether I won't go into that now, but they were some of my early concerns. But the centre of it was all centred in a reinterpretation or an endeavour to understand what the judgment was to be all about.
Yeah, okay. So now I want you to unpack more about this re-examination that you had initially and how it turned into the awakening movement.
Well, as I looked at the judgment, what impressed me was that the emphasis in the investigative judgment doctrine places an emphasis on a judgment of the saints, or the judgment of the house of God, the judgment of all professed believers. Now, what happened, the change can be very put in one word. What happened in my thinking by studying the meaning of the biblical meaning of judgment, justice and judgment, and related words, and especially reading the context of Daniel 7, which all sides in Adventism said this judgment is also depicted in Daniel 7. It's clear from reading Daniel 7, as well as reading all the scriptures and many Old Testamental texts, especially on the meaning of judgment, the word judgment, that this judgment that began in 1844 was not so much a judgment of the saints, it's a judgment for the saints.
Right.
And it was the exploring of the judgment for the saints. Then if I began to unpack that more and more, if you say a judgment for the saints, well, I could quote Ellen White, well, to start with. It's impossible that the sins of men should be blotted out until after the judgment at which their cases are to be investigated. Well, plainly, one of the things for the saints is something that hadn't taken place before, the blotting out of sins. And then by reading a great Adventist text that was used by Uriah Smith, I might say misused by Uriah Smith, Acts 3:19, sins are blotted out, repent and be converted, that your sins may be blotted out. And Ellen White puts in the investigative judgment.
Yeah.
When times of refreshing shall come from the presence of the Lord, that's the latter rain in Adventist terminology, refreshing, latter rain. I looked at the original Greek word that was even pointed out in an early commentary by A.T. Jones of 1888 fame, that the Greek word is hoposan, and when doesn't mean a future thing, but the word when is an old English word from the King James Version meaning and then, or so that, in order that. So you ask me then, what is the benefit what is this judgment for the saints? It's to blot out sin. And this blotting out of sins is not only an event that happens in heaven, it has its counterpart of what happens on earth, the great outpouring of the latter rain and the sealing of the saints. And it's this outpouring, as even Ellen White says, and I can remember the old quotes, the outpouring of the latter rain and the sealing of the saints. And it's this outpouring, as even Ellen White says, and I can remember the old voices coming back to me.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
The rain and the sealing of the saints.
Hang on a second there, Bob. We've just got another little technical problem.
As even Ellen White says, and I can remember the old voices coming back to me.
Sorry, everyone. I'm just going to try and work out what the problem is.
It was me.
Oh, it was you.
I went into Safari to watch not to watch it, but to put on the chat.
It was coming on that.
My purpose of being here is just, if Bob forgets something, I might remember it because I was involved with it. It's really only a reference or to nudge you and say, ask them about this. So don't expect me to speak much. I'll have my turn. So I went onto the page and that caused.
And that, oh yeah. Yeah, if there's 2 pages open, it has a separate audio on it. Yeah, that's all right. Everyone that's watching is very relaxed.
So I should now go back into the background.
Hey, Bob, I've sent a little button there, hopefully you can see on your screen, that says it's asked you to unmute your mic. Can you see that button?
I got it. Are we back on the air now?
We're back on the air, and just a quick apology.
Let me take you back. Why the Adventism, one word, the awakening associated with the word perfectionism. It can be misleading, as if we believed in a here and now perfectionism. No, this was a special eschatological kind of perfectionism that came with the blotting out of sins and the outpouring of the latter rain. As even the book Ellen White says, I think it's, if you ask me to remember stuff now, 60 years ago, goodness sake. And it's like visiting another universe for me, in some respects. But the Adventist pioneers, including Ellen White, had clearly taught that before the second coming, there would be a great tribulation period called the time, generally in Adventism, called the time of trouble, when God's people would live in the sight, I'm quoting the words of Ellen White, they must live in the sight of a holy God without a mediator. Now that, in traditional context, is quite an awesome prospect. And so Ellen White would say in early writings, for instance, many do not realize what they must be to live in the sight of a holy God without an intercessor. So, and there are many others, those who receive the seal of God and are protected, live through the time of trouble, must reflect the image of Jesus fully. When the character of Christ is perfectly reproduced in his people, Christ's object lessons, then he will come. See, the second coming. And James White was clear that there's a difference between those who fall asleep, rest in their graves waiting for the second coming, and those who are going to be translated from this earth without seeing death will reach a standard of perfection of their character or Christian overcoming development. I forget now how he described it. Never achieved before in the history of God's people.
And meaning for that time in their here and now.
In the here and now. So if I may summarize what I came to, the judgment was for the saints, and it was not just to do some book transaction in heaven, namely a blotting out of sins. There'd be simultaneous a work, a perfecting work that would enable them through the work of the latter rain, or you describe it, the sealing, or whatever other expressions, you know, for the seal of God, that would prepare them to live in the time of trouble without an intercessor. Now, just let me leave, this is a very interesting point historically, because in the 19th century, there arose two Adventist movements, one in Great Britain and the other in the United States. The American Adventist movement, led by James and Ellen White and some of the other, you know, like Joseph Bates and others joined in, like Andrews and Uriah Smith, and British Adventism. There was a Margaret MacDonald and there was Darby. And Darby came to the United States and penetrated the evangelical movement. And the British Adventism swept most of the evangelical movement into a belief before the Great Tribulation, something special has to happen for God's people. And they came up with the doctrine of the rapture. In Adventist eschatology, there's a judgment, there's a pre-Advent judgment, and with it, there's a blotting out of sins, outpouring of the latter rain, seal of the living God. These are all expressions that, to me, I interpret signifying a final and special dispensation of grace from the sanctuary above, in order to fit the saints to live in the sight of a holy God without an intercessor. Okay. So the awakening was opposed on twofold. One by people in the beginnings, like, and I still have his documents, L.C. Naden, who said the era of the awakening teaching, it was putting off the work of perfection that must be done now, prior to the judgment, in the false hope that it will be done for God's people in the judgment. Then there are others who took a more traditional Adventist position, like Desmond Ford and Heppenstall, and says such perfection doesn't take place until the end of the world, until the second coming in the final transformation.
Did you take on board this version of perfectionism that you're talking about?
Well, we believed it would be an event that was before us, that we prepare for, that somehow we could hasten, because Um, in Adventist thinking, as in most apocalyptic thinking, there was something that the believers on earth could do to hasten the coming of Christ. That's very basic in Adventist thinking.
What's the difference between the Standish brothers last generation theology and the original belief that you're talking about?
They believe, as I could best understand it, is that perfection is obtained through a process of sanctification. An inward work of grace. I was always too acquainted with church history to know, and one's own experience and everybody's experience, to know that a Christian conversion, or whatever you call it, and a Christian life you can take the greatest saint that ever lives, put the microscope on him, and you don't even need a microscope. And there's not a great one that's not flawed because of original sin, as we would call it in those days, through the Reformation teaching of, it's like John Wesley would say, sin does not reign in the Christian. Sin does not reign, but it remains. And that's so my view was a traditional view. No, perfection, the perfection that is demanded to live in the sight of God without an intercessor in the last remnant of time, it's not obtainable. We don't see that it's any evidence of it anywhere, even in New Testament teaching, that this is attainable in the ordinary Christian life. It has to be, if you've got the problem is with Adventism, it had a doctrine of a pre-Advent judgment. So what's the meaning of a pre-Advent judgment? Surely it's not just to go over the names of people and check them out. Come on. Barnhouse and Martin would be quite right to say that's flat, stale, and unprofitable. Then what is the point of this judgment? Everywhere as judgment is used in the Bible, it's a judgment for the saints. It's an act of deliverance and of rescuing, of doing something for them. So,
but that where it was going to count and be judged was that pre-Advent moment just before time when you did have to suddenly prove that all your preparation would now lead to you being...
Well, that was my answer to Des Ford, you know, and I admired Des. He was always a friend of mine, so we had argue, you know, and never got anywhere. Heppenstall argued with me, but I would always come back, but you are bypassing the special teaching of Adventism, of Christ going into a special ministry. You've got a pre-Advent judgment.
Yeah.
And then living without a mediator. How on earth are you going to live without a mediator? With an imperfect character?
Yeah.
If the work of grace is not complete, how are you going to live without a mediator? And to me, there was no answer to the problem.
Yeah.
There was an answer, but I wasn't ready for an answer.
No, and so you listened to the Barnhouse, Walter Martin, the questions on doctrine.
Well, that was there in the background.
In the background, but
this pre-Advent judgment, it's all right to say you're not made perfect until the day of judgment. Namely, they meant the final judgment, at the end of the world. But hey, we Adventists believe in a pre-Advent judgment. If you're made perfect on the day of judgment, why not in character perfection? Why doesn't it take place here in the pre-Advent judgment? Then you're ready to live in the time of trouble.
Yeah.
So it had a certain logic about it.
Yeah. And you wanted it to be logical at the time. You were like, hang on, these guys are coming in.
I think I'm logical. And the point is this, my argument to me seemed put, according to my premises, my argument was sound.
Yeah.
And I
And
failed
it
to do
dovetail
that
into Adventism as well.
in religion and a lot of other things, in science and everything else. I've learned a lesson in life out of that. What you must do carefully is always check your premises.
Yeah.
The premises were wrong. But if I may summarize it in one sentence, put by a good friend of mine, it was, the awakening could be summarized, perfection by grace. You don't have to attain it. It's a gift of the judgment. That was not to deny a daily life of dedication, of sanctification, of overcoming sin, but it doesn't matter how much you are involved in the Christian life. It's like John Calvin, the great John Calvin said, look, I mean, he had a magnificent statement. He was the best expositor of the doctrine of justification by faith. And the premise of John Calvin was a view of, an exalted view of the perfection of God himself. And he ended up, and in order you can understand, the righteousness demanded to stand before God. He ended his statement by saying, for if the very stars at night should lose their brilliance at the light of the sun, what shall we say of the rarest innocence of man when it's compared with God's purity? That's why we believe it was only in a pre-Advent judgment such a gift would be bestowed. Whereas the evangelicals believed in a marvelous abracadabra. Now I'm looking back a bit cynical, but I can't help smiling about it. The typical evangelical believes that before the Great Tribulation, there's going to be a special abracadabra done for the saints. They're going to be raptured from this earth. And in my view, no, you're not. And in traditional Adventism, going to be raptured. But there's going to be, in my view, a special work of grace to bring you to that, give you that state that you can pass through the tribulation.
So there was a time in your life where you felt, I'm going to follow the ethics of being a Christian. I'm not judged for that, but there will be a time pre-Advent, just before he comes back, that I will have to live in a state of perfection, sinlessness,
Yes.
without an intercessor, as that last kind of final test.
Well, it's like saying, but the biggest mistake I made looking back, and a lot of traps for young players, is that people kept asking questions, what is involved in this, the perfecting of the saints? And the more I tried to answer it, the more tricky it became. So in the end, I rejected the whole thing.
Yeah.
On very sound, simple. Now, as I say with the judgment, it's a very simple thing, what I did. I was given a traditional doctrine, and this is Barnhouse and Martin Froome and Anderson trying to explain to Barnhouse and Barton, a judgment of the saints. I turned the thing around and says, I see it as a judgment for the saints. Now that's very simple. I mean, I spent a lot of time and an enormous amount of articles and arguing and debating it, but it all came back to one simple point. This is judgment for the saints. It's a work of grace.
Mm.
God stands up to judge his people, or Christ stands up.
I'm just going to bring Jill in for a second. So unmute your mic there, Jill. Or is it unmute? Are you there with us?
I think I'm unmuted.
Oh, yes, you are. You might need to lean a little bit closer.
Okay.
So Jill, not you, Bob. You're fine. Now, at this time, I'm assuming that the period that Bob's talking about, Des would have been on the scene. And what was Des trying to say was the difference there that Bob was kind of coming to a conclusion over?
Well, we did write some papers, one against the other. To me, they're like museum pieces. They are embarrassing to me, in a way, looking at our immaturity. But they didn't do a lot of credit to Des either, in that it came down to when this judgment was to begin, it coincided in Adventist eschatology with a crisis with the mark of the beast and the coming of the angel, Revelation 18 and the death decree against the saints. And we ended up and had a big dialogue on the universal death decree against, it was an anti-Sabbath decree. It was a Sunday law decree. The universal death decree. Does it come after the close of human probation, but before the close of human probation? You know? So I remember sitting on the beach up at, I haven't met Des very often, never spent a lot of personal time with him, but we were reminiscing sitting on the beach up at Mermaid Beach. And there was lots of people walking up and down on the beach. And I said to Des, all this stuff we argued about, whether the universal death decree, this is about the Sabbath, does it come before the close of human probation or after the close of human probation? And the angel of Revelation 18, does it come down before the beast comes up from the bottomless pit or after the beast comes up from the bottomless pit? Mm. I said, that has no relevance to mankind. I said, we were a couple of lunatics. I mean, it's all esoteric.
Yes.
But we did argue about what is called Adventist eschatology. This whole thing of the investigative judgment, it got tied up with a lot of other eschatological things about the mark of the beast, there's crisis on the Sabbath, the universal death decree against the saints, you know, and it just, to me, it's just esoteric. Yeah. The whole lot is just esoteric nonsense.
Yeah.
I wasn't.
Would be the Des later too.
Now, I just want to bring Jill in. So, Bob, we'll just get you just to sit there for a second. Jill, can you tell us what you think at the time, and you weren't with Des or anything at the time. I'm just talking about as you discussed with Des this time period. Can you just tell us a little bit about how Des was trying to rationalise the pre-Advent judgment there? That was different to what Bob had conclusions he'd come to at that time. What were Des's conclusions of that time?
We didn't go into that great detail that I recall it. I mean, he said to me that he was encouraging Bob to read the Reformers, and eventually Bob did.
Yeah.
And they got on the same page, at least for a while.
Yeah, he did. I might chip in there. I think Des had his severe doubts about this investigative judgment doctrine well before I did. And he just wasn't ready to voice it. And not to me either. I think at this stage he must have surely been wondering what to do with this thing.
The only thing I can say is, looking at Des's papers, that he was pretty conservative in 1955, because I have a letter from him to AFJ Kranz, and he's quite conservative. But the letter, there's 3 letters, 2 from AFJ Kranz to Des, one in 1955, and then Des writes one back in 1956, and then another one, and the one in 55 from AFJ Kranz, he's questioning the investigative judgment. And he had been a teacher. I mean, I wasn't around at this time, but I understand Kranz was the head of the Bible department at that time, and he was leaving, and Des was going to go off to Andrews, and he was going to come back as the head of the religion department. And it's almost as though AFJ Kranz was trying to warn him that he knew about these issues. He wasn't teaching it in class. The reason I say that is Frank Braden. You remember Frank Braden, who was a pastor in the village? He was part of the Concerned Brethren. He and Des were always friends and could always talk. He didn't have the spirit of the other men, but his big issue was on the subject of inspiration. And he'd been to college twice, once with Kranz teaching and once with Des teaching, which would have been from the 60s. But when he was in Kranz's class, he taught a more fundamentalist approach to inspiration. And Des had a different view, and that was what Frank was worried about. But what the letters of Kranz showed was that he didn't hold to the view he taught in class, that he was actually very, very smart, very progressive. He was already questioning. The first letter was questioning the investigative judgment, and the one in 1957 was questioning Ellen White and saying, the way she used sources. So to me, and could be quite wrong, when I read those documents, people who knew more than Des were starting to talk to him. So there's Kranz, who was an influence, and then Des goes off to Andrews, and Des said that most of the teachers there, like Earl Hilgert, Roland Loseby, Edward Vick, and even Heppenstall had questions about the investigative judgment and were teaching it pretty much in class. And Earl Hilgert, they all left. I think that Pearson did cleansings of the scholars before Glacier View, and that's something that needs to be studied. But Des was certainly thinking about these things when he came back in 1960, maybe not expressing it. But the thing that made, it was the whole picture about the historicist view of prophecy. When you were, about the time that you were writing 1844 Re-Examined, Des was writing Crisis, his work on Revelation. He was given 3 months off in mid-1979, just before the forum. And he went to the Library of Congress in probably June 1979. He looked at all the works in the Library of Congress on Revelation, and it came to him afresh that in every generation, because there were some very old books, that scholars had looked at the book of Revelation as a newspaper to be read in their time. And so in the early centuries, Nero was seen as 666. And Luther in the Reformation, I'm doing this from memory, talked about the plagues that were going through Europe. He saw those as being foretold in the book of Revelation. He saw himself as preaching the 3 angels' message. And Des realized that what Adventists did in the 19th century was to use historicism the same way, to read the book of Revelation for their times. But as time goes on, it becomes out of date. Mm-hmm. So I think, you talked to Des, you talked to Heppenstall, as I recall, late 1978, and you talked to Des early 79, and couldn't get them to do anything about the investigative judgment. So you went home and wrote 1844 re-examined. I think that when Des went to Washington, D.C., it clarified in his mind the problems with historicism, that it's okay for the day, but it doesn't last for the next generation. And I think Des often, I would put an idea in his mind, like he wrote his book on Genesis because I asked him to, and he wrote Jesus Only. He told me, I said, if you write a book on your class, your New Testament class, I was going to university and I didn't have a lot of time. And I said, I will publish that for you. It took him 2 years and he said, I've worked out how to do it. And I suspect that he was listening to what you were saying, and that after he wrote Crisis, that it consolidated in his mind that the dates, 1844 and the dates for the 2,300 days, all had problems. And then, of course, you published your book, Des was going around America, and there were people who followed you who were asking him questions on 1844. He was away most weekends speaking. And then the forum leaders at PUC asked him, would he do a talk basically on your book, on the investigative judgment? And he said, oh, it caused a lot of problems. And they said, well, you'll be protected by Spectrum. So that's when he did the forum talk. And I think that's sort of how it happened over time. Mentors that he highly regarded. And I think Heppenstall was one of them. Although he gave a Glacier view, he didn't appear to be on Des's side, but he'd written to him after the forum and said, after listening to the forum tapes, and he said, I agree with you right down the line. So that's the development as I see it. Whether I'm right or not, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I can understand that. So
I think it's interesting where you're talking about that on the beach moment where you just went, hang on, we were just digging deep into this stuff. And I think you said it was esoteric nonsense. It's interesting looking back on something that you'd given so much of your life to realise that it might have just been some fun mental gymnastics.
well,
Let me just say that one of the things people need to realise that Des wasn't an innovator, and he built on other people's ideas, and these problems with the investigative judgment have taken place ever since the beginning of the church. Now, Doug Hackelman is writing one or more biographies on the Cottrell family, and I have read what he's done. He's written up to Glacier View. And what I got from that book was that all through the history of the denomination, people have been kicked out over the investigative judgment. A man called Tuland, Prescott had problems. He was one of our highly regarded. Wagner left the church, didn't believe in the investigative judgment. Now, the church hides all this stuff, but it's been sort of like a bit of a slaughterhouse right from the beginning. But when Des came along to Glacier View, here's somebody who is a communicator who had worked on it for 30 years. He could express the problems, and it was hugely public. We said to ourselves at PUC, why didn't they just fire Des at PUC? They invited in, all the scholars from the world, and they made it hugely public. But the fact is the church, the conservatives run from the top, and all this stuff gets, ordinary people don't know about it. But that's the history of the church. There's been fights over this since the beginning.
And I think it's interesting to note that in current times, most young Adventist people, kids, youth, millennials, aren't even really that aware of it. And a lot of the current liberal leaders say, well, it's not being preached in the pulpit, so it's okay. And I often find myself, well, why? I'm a bit like Bob. I would look back on my deep thoughts into those topics of the investigative judgment now as just being kind of an esoteric thought game, whereas I don't believe anything happened in 1844 now. But
there's another thought with that back in 1980, the situation was the same. The investigative judgment was not being taught, and a number of the scholars wished that Des had said nothing because they thought it would evolve and just die.
But it was like an elephant in the room.
That's exactly right.
I mean, it wasn't a... See, friend, what... if I go back in my unfolding story, why I changed... it really wasn't... if I could give the credit to some Adventist, I would, whether it was Heppenstall or Des, and they were... I admit they were very clear that the perfection I was talking about, that would be a gift of the judgment, wouldn't take place until the second Advent. But it didn't fit into Adventist eschatology to me. Now, after about, we'd on this road of this explanation of what the judgment was all about for 10 years, about a decade. I'd have to give my change of thinking, the one who precipitated my change of thinking more than anybody else was my brother John, who was with me during the 10 years, although not as active as I was. He was always there in the background. It's a funny sort of story. John had got the mumps, which is a dangerous thing to happen for a mature man, and he was in bed with his illness. And to give him something to do, I gave him a great book, which I'd read myself and learned to appreciated the debate. It was a debate between Karl Barth and Hans Kung, the Catholic theologian, on the Reformation doctrine of justice, or rather, it was a debate on their debate. Barth contending for the traditional Reformation doctrine of righteousness by faith, justification by faith, and Hans Kung giving the traditional Council of Trent doctrine of justification. And when John read that, he got thinking about the debate. Something struck him as like a thunderbolt. It was the biblical expression, the righteousness of faith. And it's so simple. It reminds me of what Einstein says. You can have a hypothesis, and you can have 100 reasons why that hypothesis is correct. But he said it only takes 1 point to bring it all down, to show if it's wrong. Only takes 1 point. John got to the 1 point. When he was reading Barth, giving a dissertation of the view of the traditional Reformation doctrine of righteousness by faith, he saw that the term righteousness by faith was not used in the New Testament. It was not used by the Reformation or the Protestant Reformation. It was not used as it was in Adventism to mean both justification and sanctification, imputed righteousness and imparted righteousness. The doctrine of righteousness by faith was simply justification alone. because in the original languages of Greek, Hebrew, and almost every language on the planet, the words righteousness, it's only English that has two different words to translate the original word. We have the words righteousness or righteous and justification and justice. But in all original language, just about, I think, on the planet, except English, and especially from the original biblical language, it's the same word. In this, and John's conclusion was the doctrine of Paul, not just of the reformers, but the biblical doctrine is that in this life, we are righteous by faith, only by faith. And that's inimical to any doctrine of perfectionism. Well, we debated it for some time, but I have to admit, John knocked me clean out of the ring. Simple, but precise. In this life, we are righteous only by faith. It's a status we enjoy. It's forensic. That's it. There's no room for perfectionism. Well, I had no alternative. It wasn't hard for me. I've had plenty of practice in life admitting I was wrong. I'm like a farmer. The greatest news you can get in life is to find out that you're wrong. Because if I've been using the wrong sort of fertilizer for 10 years, or the wrong sort of program to grow my avocados or whatever I'm doing in farming, I'm always delighted to find out I've been doing something wrong. For that's the guarantee that from now on, my life's going to be a lot better.
Mm.
So if you can show me I'm wrong, I'm the first one to throw my hat in the air and say, wow, this is turning on a light. Life is going to be much better from now on. But anyway, John's enlightenment passed on to me, prevailed, and I did part 1, part 2 review of the awakening and show where it was wrong.
So what year was this epiphany?
That was about 1970. 70, maybe 71, somewhere in there.
So it kind of brought to an end the period of the awakening movement.
That was it.
Can you just dip back into the awakening movement and tell us what that was about as far as a movement and your involvement?
Well, I wrote fairly specifically. I wrote, and I thought for those who was most convincing, I went over all the arguments. And most people involved in the awakening embraced the new teaching of the righteousness of faith because it was better. You might say it's a very simple thing. And if you ask me again to put it another way, what's the difference between what's the line of the old teaching, the old awakening, which we renounced, and the new? I'd say the big change was a change of tense. Simple change of tense. Don't make it any more complicated than it needs to be. What we were looking forward to, that the judgment was going to do for us, to prepare us to live in the time of trouble which is just before us. That's the righteousness of faith. You have it by faith. What more do you need? You can be free of all those arguments of perfectionism.
Mm.
It was good news. And most people embraced it as a marvelous simplifying of life's complicated necessities.
So as you come into the 70s, you're starting
When I became an expositor,
yeah.
I read Reformation theology until it came out of my ears. We began a new publication. Instead of sending out material to Adventists, we began dialoguing with other Christians. I was invited into both Reformed and Lutheran seminaries and congregations to talk about the marvels of the Reformation. It was like a revival to them to have their heritage, especially among the Lutherans. They used to invite me. They used to, when I was invited or introduced to speak on a Lutheran platform, I was introduced as one who was more Lutheran than the Lutherans. I could out-Lutheran the Lutherans. And I knew, Luther, I could quote Luther till he came out of my ears. I read even his table talk and all his sayings and his major commentaries and his works. Familiar with it all, the strength of the stuff, the weakness of Luther and all the rest of it. But right at the beginning, now there's some history here that Jill may remember. When this came to us, and I renounced the old teaching of perfectionism and moved on to the Reformation and Pauline concept of the righteousness of faith, I wrote a little paper. It was simply called Righteousness by Faith is Justification Alone. And that went out everywhere. And I argued why it was very important that you must not include sanctification in the article of the righteousness of faith. I must say that even Heppenstall, I talked to Heppenstall, I'll say more about Heppenstall, he never ever got on to that point.
That's right.
He never saw that clearly. I wrote this little tract called Righteousness by Faith is Justification Alone, and argued why it's so important, because that will always open the door to perfectionism. If you include sanctification in the article of righteousness by faith, it's nonsense, because the righteousness by faith is righteousness by faith alone. Sanctification is not just by faith alone. No, sir. It involves human will, it involves a human endeavor, it involves human effort, as well as God's grace. So all the great teachers of the church knew that. But I wrote this little tract showing righteousness by faith is justification alone. Few of its implications. There was a young student at college. His name was Noel Mason. His name will be known among some of you, I'm sure. He read this tract and he said, I never knew this. I've never encountered this before. And he took the tract and he took it to Des. And he says, Des, you haven't taught me this. He saw some light in it, some importance to it. He said, you tell me whether or not, I'll just drop this off. Is Bob correct? Des looked at it and he said, give me a couple of weeks on this. So Des got his books out and Des did some study. Des did some very good review, apparently. After a couple of weeks, I don't know exactly how long it was. This is a story according to Noel. Noel has told me this personally. He came back and said, yes, it's correct. The righteousness by faith is justification alone. Now, as far as I can see, from there on, Des taught it clearly. I saw it shine. It shone out of Des. It sharpened his teaching. It wasn't long after that we met in Washington, the brethren. We went back to see them and said we thought we owed them another visit when we'd given up our old perfectionism. It might bring about some reconciliation in the church. So was our initiative. We went back to the General Conference again, and Des was at that meeting. That's the first time Des joined in those discussions. And my brother John good-humouredly said to Des, he was trying to straighten us out always on this. We were obsessed with this Acts 3:19. It was, no one could get us off this, thing that we're on in the Old Awakening. He said, Des, if you'd understood the righteousness of faith as clearly as you do now, he says, you could have straightened us out in 5 minutes. So that was, and...
Can I just say something?
Yes.
I think that's absolutely correct, because I think what Bob taught the church, I think Des and Heppenstall knew what justification was, but Bob taught, well, Heppenstall never went for it, he's right.
Yes.
What sanctification was not.
I ran across a document in my old archives the other day, sent to me by David McMahon, of Jeffrey Paxton's address to an Adventist congregation. And a lot of leading teachers and theologians was there. Jeffrey Paxton had written the book, The Shaking of Adventism, in which he told this struggle over righteousness by faith in the Adventist church. And he gave an address toward this audience, and at the debate, there was a discussion in which some in the audience challenged Jeffrey Paxton that the righteousness of faith is justification alone. And Heppenstall got into the debate to challenge Paxton on that point. Des joined in the debate, and he was just as sharp as a tack. He just put it before that audience so clear that the righteousness of faith, Paxton is correct. He said you can look at all the scholars and look at the languages of Greek and the Hebrew. It's all the same terminology. So, but Heppenstall still wanted to include sanctification in the article of righteousness by faith, which all the reformers would say is more in harmony with Catholic teaching. That is the basic argument, really, very much of where the Roman Catholic Tridentine thinking leads, down that track. So wherever this doctrine is taught, it opens up to the door of another version of perfectionism.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And one of the things I said, after I abandoned the old awakening, embraced the teaching of the righteousness of faith, unless you have this clear in Adventism, my view was that one day, if this perfectionism goes on within the Adventist church, trying to teach people that you can attain it by a process of sanctification, and if you call that righteousness by faith, one day someone will resurrect the old awakening teaching and bring it back like an old bone.
And can I just pop in there? That's where I was headed earlier when I said that my generation, people now, they don't talk about it. It's put under the covers, it's under wraps. Jill pointed out that back in the early 80s, that's exactly what was happening, and they tried to keep it under the rugs. And I was going to say, why should we talk about it? And we should keep talking about it if people have an interest in helping young people in the Adventist church, for exactly what you just said then, Bob. Because at any moment, it just rears its ugly head again and again. And Jill, can you just comment a little bit on what Bob was saying there?
Well, I absolutely agree with him. And Mike McHenry recently sent me the podcast of that talk with Paxton and the conversation with Heppenstall and Des. And he's represented it very correctly. I hope that Mike is probably listening. Do you remember Mike McHenry, Bob? because he was a follower of yours in Washington, D.C. Well, he's in San Antonio, Texas. But anyway,
it rings a bell, but I know it doesn't. I've got no clear recollection of him.
no, but I've just heard that, I'd say in the last week, that talk, and Des was very, very clear on it. And I think the clarity came from you. I think before that, as I say, that Des understood what justification was, but you showed what sanctification was not. And you said that we are saved by Christ's works plus nothing. That was one of your statements. And it is so important. And the gospel still in the church is as rare as hen's teeth. Now, when you interview George Knight, you need to talk to him closely about this. Des wrote to him because he misinterpreted Des in the past in some of his books on justification and sanctification. And I believe in a recent book that George, and I've got the book, but look, I'm so busy working with you and doing other things and moving and scanning documents that I can't get to read anything.
Sorry about
George,
that.
George Knight has made the distinction that justification is a declaration, not an experience. Once you say justification, which is sort of what Ted Wilson would say is the official position in the old encyclopedia, that justification is an experience. And after Palmdale, where the Australasian division in 1976, it was meetings on justification by faith. They took the Reformation position, but within a month, Kenneth Wood and Pearson and co. had changed justification to an experience. And once you've done that, once you start adding sanctification, then you've muddied the waters. You've lost the gospel.
That's the old doctrine of the Council of Trent.
That's right. That's absolutely right. So you've got to be very clear on it. And some people, I think even Norm Young, he's not clear on this, I don't think. And I don't think many people in the church are.
Well, what happened when we gave up the doctrine of the perfection through the work of the judgment, there are some people in the church, including some leading people, who believe we jumped the wrong way. It was unfortunate that we'd moved in the wrong direction. And among those, typical was a man I'd kept in touch with right until almost until he died, was Herb Douglas of the Review and Herald. Herb was a perfectionist, but Herb taught that it was to be attained by a sanctifying process. And the Review and Herb Douglas and was it Kenneth Woods? They were running the Review and Herald, and they called the Palmdale Conference, and they tried to thrash out righteousness by faith. And they went down the old traditional path that righteousness by faith has two parts to it. There's an imputed righteousness, there's an imparted righteousness, there's justification, and there's sanctification.
And they do occur together, but you have to distinguish them when you're looking at status on how you're saved with God.
Of course. It's like, it's not that one day, then in case some would get the idea toward in the 1970s, in case some got the idea that I was downgrading the importance of sanctification, I wrote a little book. It's simply called Sanctification, and set out all the necessity of it, the inevitability of it. It's the fruit of justification, and I was keeping in touch with some of the brethren during the 70s. I sometimes used to visit Pastor Naden. We had we were establishing a fairly good rapport, relationship. And then I sent a copy of my book on sanctification to Jorgensen, and he was very happy with it. Said it was sound theology. He had no argument with it. But I never called it the righteousness of faith. But what happened then? For 10 years, I was busy. And Des was busy. I mean, he did his thing. He taught it in his ministry. I was teaching a similar teaching. We were publishing. We had Verdict was a very pretty large mailing list. We had many non-Adventists reading the material. I didn't say anything about the investigative judgment for a decade. But it was like an elephant in the room to me. One day I'll have to come back and say, what am I going to do with the investigative judgment? And it got to the place where it was becoming harder to ignore the elephant in the room. How does this doctrine gel with the teaching, the Pauline and Reformation teaching of the righteousness of faith? So I remember what sharpened my thinking. I read a book called The Theology of the New Testament by George Eldon Ladd. I even visited him as he was at that time a senior lecturer at some institution near Los Angeles. A very delightful character. But his book was very clear. He had a whole section on the eschatology of the New Testament, in which he sharpened my thinking to an appreciation that the whole New Testament and the gospel of the New Testament was all in the context of an end of the world event. That the death and resurrection of Jesus was the end of the world event. That in the death of Christ, God called the world to judgment and dealt with sin in the person of our substitute and representative. And in the resurrection, it was the resurrection of humanity, the rescuing of man and bringing him back into union and fellowship with God. And there was the feeling in the early church that because of that, that was surely the evidence that the general resurrection would soon follow. The end of the parousia would soon follow. They were living in the last of the last days. It was the end time. It was the book of Hebrews speaks. Once at the end of time or end of the world, the Son appears. Paul would even write in Corinthians that in his view it was too late to get married. This was the universal witness of the New Testament. These were the last of the last days. This was an end of the world event. And the gospel was an end of the world event. So I began to look at, again, refreshed me to not only to fully appreciate, as I understood, the forensic nature of righteousness by faith, meaning it's a matter of a status, and it's by faith alone that we're righteous. It does not include the article of sanctification. That is not our righteousness with God. Our righteousness with God is only in our substitute and in our surety and what has been done for us. You don't include what's done in us and bring that in and corrupt it and mingle it. Now that was the forensic doctrine of justification. That had been settled by controversy for several years. But then after reading George Eldon Ladd, I began to appreciate more and sharper than I ever did the eschatological nature of justification. And that justification is a verdict of God, but it's the verdict of the end time judgment that we possess in the now by faith.
Mm.
And it's a justification under life eternal, as even John says, John 3:16, 17. To believe it is to enter life, to enter eternal life. How could you have eternal life unless you'd been judged and been pronounced righteous and had the eschatological verdict? In other words, justification is not just a forensic verdict, it's an eschatological verdict. Now, that's an inescapable conclusion to me. That's what the document. That was the Pauline theology. Then it comes back again. That elephant in the room begins to haunt me. What am I going to do with this elephant in the room? Because this is the raison d'etre of Adventism. This is the only unique contribution that the Adventist movement has made to Christian theology. How does this doctrine of the judgment, beginning in 1844, square with this teaching of not just the forensic nature of justification, but the eschatological verdict of God that we have now by faith? Well, the simple answer is it empties any speculation about a judgment beginning, any sort of judgment beginning in 1844. It empties it of any meaning. So I'm trying to think whether I saw Des first. And I was stewing about this thing, you know. It was like something. I said that it was clear that we had to deal with this thing. You couldn't put it in the back room and lock it up and pretend that it wasn't there. There's no honesty in that. If Adventism is wrong on that, it's wrong on that. So I was in America and I met Des. I think I talked to Des before Heppenstall. I talked to them one after the other. I think it was Des first. And I says, Des, look, we've been involved. There's been a controversy in the battle of righteousness by faith in the church. And I said, you could say that victory's won. There's no argument about the meaning of righteousness by faith. You can't. Yeah. Now it says, what about the eschatological meaning of justification? It's a verdict of the final judgment in faith that gives us eternal life. Not as some future hope. According to the New Testament, it begins now. Now I said, this to me, then it calls into question the doctrine of the investigative judgment. Now, I said, look, I've been involved. I gave him my view of it. I don't want another controversy with Adventism. I said, I've left that behind. I don't want to go back there. I put to him the proposition that he tackle it, that he deal with it, he review it.
What year was this?
That was about 1980, pretty close to 80. Des's answer to me was, and I was sympathetic with his answer. He said, virtually said to me, I've got enough on my plate now, thanks, Bob.
I think it was late 1978.
Might have been in this. It was getting near 80.
He went and wrote the book and it was published in May 79, I think.
Okay. So it was the late 70s. And Des said, I've got enough on my plate, and so on. He did, no, I don't want to touch it, I'm not ready for that one. So.
But I think he thought about it.
Oh, of course.
Because he would have read your book. He went and did the...
I hadn't written my book yet.
No, I know. So it was late 1978. I got
the story why I wrote it. Then I was traveling down the west coast of America with my wife and two of my youngest children, and Heppenstall invited us to come and stay to visit him. And not only that, he was very gracious. He and his wife invited us to stay an evening. We had our own camper van and so on, but we pulled up in his yard, and I spent the evening with Heppenstall.
Wow.
My old opponent. And of course, I had admitted he was correct. We're not perfect. Never, in any sense of the word, there's no perfection in this life, and so on. And so he was very, both he and his wife, I can remember them as very, very lovely, gracious people. And in the course of our conversation, I can remember so distinctly, as if it was like yesterday, although that was many years ago. He said, Bob, he says, what is this doctrine of the investigative judgment, he said. He said, I don't like the sound of it. He said, even the sound of it doesn't sound good. And then it was clear he had no room for it in his thinking. It was like an embarrassment to him. He didn't know what to do with it. And then he asked me a question which rather surprised me, because he said, Bob, he said, how on earth did this doctrine originate? Well, I've done the whole review of Adventism step by step of how the doctrine got manufactured bit by bit. It's like reading it's like reading a strange whodunit story. It's such an astonishing story how the doctrine was formed over it took 13 years after the Great Disappointment before it was first articulated in the Review and Herald in 1857 by James White. In other words, from 1844 way down to 13 years later, they'd taught that Jesus had gone into the second apartment and in the heavenly sanctuary to do some special work that had to be done before he could come again. But if you excuse the language, what in the hell he was doing in there?
For that time.
No one had a clue. And they wrestled with that. First, they went through the shut door fanaticism for 10 years. And they'd found the doctrine of the Sabbath. That's the one new thing they took on board. But they didn't know what this work in the second apartment was going on in heaven. And James White, bit by bit, they thrashed it out until he first spelled this doctrine out, this monstrosity, in 1857. As I said before, I mean, once I understood the story of how it was invented, it's no more believable than the story of Jack and the Beanstalk. I didn't go back and study the pioneers, and first of all, I honoured the pioneers. I had a view in my mind, the magnificent pioneers of the Advent movement. I was a bit like the Aussie, the poor old Aussie, who wanted to go back and explore his famous roots in England. So he spent half of his fortune going back to England to discover his family roots. When he found his family roots, he spent the other half of his fortune trying to cover it up. He was so embarrassed about it. Here I was, when I went back and studied the real facts and looked, and we did research in the documents in the original newspapers, even up in New England and upstate New York, and got all this stuff of the shut door fanaticism and the nonsense that both James and Ellen White were involved in, and the pioneers of Adventism didn't know any theology from a bull's foot. It was, some of them believed that most of them were Arian, some of them denied the Trinity. The average age, I think, was 23 years of age. They were a bunch of kids mostly, except for old Joseph Bates. There was about 50 odd. So I found this history of 1844, and it's embarrassing. It is so bad when you go back and study it in detail, what went on and how they found these special teachings of Adventism. Anyway, Heppenstall didn't know. Here is why a professor of Avondale, the only distinctive teaching of your movement is that you stand for Adventism, is the doctrine of the investigative judgment, and Heppenstall doesn't know anything about its history and how it ever came about.
Yeah.
Astonishing. And then I asked him, well, if you don't like the doctrine, appalling, huh? You don't see any meaning in it. Does it have any meaning? Not in his book. Well, you're a theologian of status in the church. Why don't you say something about it? Talk about, they all began to make excuses.
Yeah.
Unbearable, come to the wedding, come to the party, and they all begin to make excuses.
Why do you think that is?
Heppenstall, he wasn't going to be in it. I'm trying to rope him in, suggested, oh, Bob, I'm just retired. I'm just put my feet up. No, I'm not ready for all that.
Why do you think that, once you do dig into this and you see what you're saying there, the clarity of it, why do you think the scholars, you had followers, Des had followers, people in the pew were grasping it? Why was there such a desire to suppress it, and why does that continue on?
Well, it illustrates one thing I'll point out about my history, and this is, I have to say this, I didn't give things up, even my own teaching, because I was prepared to be superficial. The problem is I gave it up because I investigated the whole thing all too thoroughly. And that happened with me again and again. And it's sometimes, well, I suppose it's been a painful journey as well as a delightful one. But it's not through lack of ignorance that I gave it up.
No. And that's what I'm saying. These guys had you, they had Des, they had all the Cottrell, they had some fantastic people bringing this inspiration, this researched new light, the new evidence. Why do people perhaps at a political level, resist so much taking that on board. And I guess the average person has trouble changing their views as well. So maybe that's answered my question.
Well, talking about that, it's a bit like one guy says, I think his name was Gillette. If you haven't changed your view on some major point and taken on board a new one in the last couple of years, check your pulse, you might be dead. I suppose I fit into that category a bit more. Anyway, when I came back to Australia, I just had to get, I got the feeling I was very reluctant to do it myself. I wished that someone else would have taken it on. I didn't want to be involved in any more conflict. And sort of say, you know, they say, there, Brinsmead goes again, you know. Oh, gee, you know, I had enough of that.
What year are you talking about now?
About 80, about 1980. Now, 79, 80?
Yep.
I'd have to check the dates.
This is pre-Glacier. This is pre-Glacier View.
Pre-Glacier View.
Yeah.
The book was published in May 1979.
Right.
It was the early 1979.
Okay.
Probably.
Thank you. So I came home and I had on the background all the research we'd done on the early Adventist movement. We even paid a person who was a very good researcher at Verdict. We invested a few $1,000 sending him up to New York State and the New England states of where the Ellen Whites lived, where the early Adventist movement was formed. So I had all that research behind me, the story of how this, I'd have to say, the story of how this monstrosity was born. And I wrote it out, but not, I was looking at it the other day. I was surprised in what a polemical spirit, and that I'd written 1844 re-examined. I didn't write it as an ex-Adventist. I wrote it very much, I still wanted to do something to rescue Adventism. Now, Des did it in another way, but Des was also kind in that, we'll come to that, he also didn't want to confront the church in such a way, the scholars in such a way that was too confronting. I think in a way in his manuscript, he gave them an option of an easier out. I did that in 1844, re-examined. I gave an easy out. I tried to do my best not to totally reject the whole purpose of Adventism, but to reinterpret it. How could I reinterpret this to rescue something good out of it?
Yeah.
I didn't go into the Daniel 8 and the dates and how the, you know, all that was out of context. I said, no, I'm going to go straight to the issue itself. And if you ask me to summarize what my thesis was in 1844 re-examined, I showed, of course, the traditional interpretation won't stand up. It won't stand up because, for one simple reason, it's not compatible with the New Testament gospel. You can't believe in justification, what is meant, the judicial meaning of justification, the eschatological meaning, and then this doctrine of the investigative judgment is incompatible with the finality of the gospel. You can't bring in some new feature in 1844 as if there's a new phase of salvation history takes place. Not if you take the New Testament seriously. But so what can you do with the mission of Adventism? So I suggested the best you can do with the mission of Adventism is to reinterpret Daniel 8:14 as follows. Under 2,300 days, what it really means, if you want to get any meaning out of it, then shall the gospel be restored to its rightful state. I mean, that fits the grand narrative of Adventism, the pure apostolic church. There comes a great falling away, the trampling down of the work of the great, the Antichrist, the papal apostasy, and in the last days, or in the final stage of history, God calls the people into existence to restore that apostolic gospel, not another one. The only thing you can do, you can't surpass a once and for all, what has been once and for all time given to the saints. See, the sanctuary is a parable of the gospel. That's all it is. Why not? In other words, what we could rescue out of it is refocus our mission now. That Adventism could refocus its mission. Under 2,300 days, then shall the gospel be restored to its rightful state. So we preach the true gospel.
But they didn't want to do that. And why do you think they didn't want to?
Well, I don't know. I don't think they'd be prepared to. Some of them wouldn't be prepared to accept anything I said anyway. But mine was not an effort. It was my last ditch. That time, it was my last ditch stand for Adventism, or an effort to try and reinterpret it in a way that would give it some solid meaning.
This is 1844 re-examined.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. It wasn't written to destroy the Advent.
No. No, trying to reframe it.
That road. There's nothing in that old investigative judgment that's not compatible with the gospel. Well, what's our mission then? Well, our mission is to restore that apostolic gospel of the forensic and eschatological meaning of the gospel.
What are your thoughts on that, Jill? Did you feel that Des was also trying to look for ways to restore the Advent message and reframe the investigative judgment there for a while? I know both Des and Bob eventually have moved right away from that, but at that time, do you think Des was trying to do that as well?
Des was trying to reinterpret promote the gospel, but also interpret the eschatology as Christ and cross-centered, and to give us an eschatology that was biblical, that we could, in the world, in the Christian world, that it would stand up biblically.
Right.
A focus on eschatology, that rather focusing on our church going down through the end of times. A lot of Adventists could see us right at the center of the book of Revelation, but Des wanted to put Christ and the cross in the book of Revelation because it's a revelation of Jesus Christ. So he was trying to reinterpret it to be more biblical, more Christ-centered, more gospel-centered, more cross-centered. That's what I see Des is trying to do.
And what a powerful combination if they'd had the Brinsmead and the Ford working on some different areas, but ultimately wanting to kind of have Adventism come into alignment with the Bible more. instead of getting
really,
rid of these guys, wouldn't it would have been a
my,
wonderful addition to the church to have Brinsmead and Ford.
Yes.
I was trying to work something that I use an expression that
Can you come a bit closer there, Bob?
almost like a crawl out,
Just come a bit closer, Bob.
It was like I was offering a crawl out. We're in a hole here. The only way we can get out of this and turn it around. And I think Des, looking, as I reviewed the other night what I'd written, I'd forgotten a lot of it. But I said, it focused my mind. Des approached 1844. He approached it on a study of the book of Daniel, his big thesis, and what he called I get tongue-tied after what
Apotalismatic principle.
the potaslasmatic principle. In other words, you can take a biblical Old Testament passage and it's several ways it may be fulfilled. You can fulfill it again and again and again and again. So I suppose he says, admitting, that's not the primary meaning in its historical context what Daniel 8:14 is saying, but fair enough if you want to use it imaginatively, like the Apostle Paul uses scriptures very imaginatively, like, he's trying to find an argument why people should support the minister in the gospel. And he quotes the Old Testament text, thou shalt not muzzle the ox that treads out the corn. He says, does God care for oxen? No, he doesn't care for oxen. Des used to say, of course he cares for oxen.
I love it. I love it.
I mean, Paul can I could give all illustrations. He can use scripture sometimes very creatively, very imaginatively. So Des was saying, well, the Adventists have taken this prophecy and they've interpreted it to mean this. For them, historically, it has meaning. I think he was offering to them a sort of a way out of a problem. I was offering a way out.
Yeah.
Another, my focus was, my thesis was more, I'd have to say, it was more centered on the issue was the gospel. But I'd have to say this, and it's a bit, maybe is even critical of myself. Time Glacier View came around. I'm a man on a journey, and time Glacier View came around. My thinking is moving and moving, starting to move quite rapidly on some issues. My view about 1844 had somewhat hardened, and where I was more prepared to say, I wrote a tract called is the gospel compatible with the 1844 theology? And my answer arrived at, on every issue, on every count, this is totally incompatible with the gospel. I was less inclined to be apologetic for Adventism during the Glacier View conference. Now, the fact that I'd done it, I was met by, there was almost deathly silence in the church. It had infiltrated and people were discussing it and so on, but it was from the leadership of the church, the intelligentsia, the scholars, it was silence. Then Des gave that talk at the PUC, and some parties scattered it everywhere by tape. I don't know how it happened. I certainly had nothing to do with it. When that happened, then that the fuse was generally lit. The challenge was on. My brother John at the time was, we've kept up communicating from time to time with the brethren, especially here in Australia. I'd often talk to Naden. There was some talk about getting us back into the church because I'd been disfellowshipped. John never did take out membership. He was never a member of the church. But he was an Adventist believer. He believed in the divine calling. He believed in the prophetic gift that Ellen White possessed. John hadn't been following my thinking so closely. He got involved in business affairs with farming and some big projects. He wasn't sort of acquainted with what was going on until I wrote my 1844 re-examen, and he was horrified to start with. He thought, you're going to leave Adventism. He saw where this thing was going to lead. It would call into question the spirit of prophecy. It would call into question the whole calling of the Advent movement. He wasn't prepared to do that and go that direction. And he communicated his concerns to the Adventists, to the leaders. They wanted to know. When Des had given the talk at PUC, he seemed to be going down somewhat the same road. John had read that, read the report, read the transcript of Des's talk, came to the conclusion, this calls the whole Adventist movement into question. This is a very serious position to take. He wasn't prepared to go that road. And he told the brethren, frankly, well, Bob and Des, they're going down the same road. It's it's the same conclusion. And that's when the fuse was lit. When they feared, there was no collusion between Des and I. And I knew all the problems he had of criticism of the Standish brothers and everybody else wanting to, wanted to damn him by guilt by association. And I went out of my way to always keep my respectful distance from Des so that he'd never be condemned because of me.
Yeah, so you were seen as a bit more of a...
Could be his own man.
Yeah.
Stand on his own feet, and I kept out of the way. But now that he'd gone down, and we were both on a journey, and we passed ourselves at that point very closely.
Yes.
Albeit time proved, going somewhat in different directions.
Yes, yeah.
But they feared a collusion and the impact it was going to have on the church. So,
it sounds like you had a wonderful influence on him with the, as Jill was saying before about the justification. That's it.
yeah.
But then you kind of stepped back and said, "Hey, well, let's respectfully, we're doing our own thing."
After that, especially as Des began, his emphasis on the gospel I thought it was more important for me to keep away and step back more than ever. So that he wouldn't be cramped or, the Standishes, they were trying their best to lump Des with an heretical teaching with me. They were doing their best to do that all along anyway.
And they may have been bitter with you because there was a time when you would have been considered one of them, I guess, in a way.
They never got on.
I don't mean as socially, I mean theologically.
Yeah, they were teaching a form of perfectionism that I'd always opposed.
Yeah.
I was never comfortable.
That's what I was trying to say right at the beginning. Your form of perfectionism was different to their form of perfectionism, and you were kind of on your own a little bit.
Yes.
Can I ask, do you think another reason why the church resisted some of these new ideas, because anyone that's ever tried to really explore the investigative judgment, they either quietly walk away from it or they just focus on the good things, or it's not really a deeply successfully mined theory. Do you think one of the reasons is about the way probation holds such an important stance within the Adventist Church? Probation is almost more important than the gospel.
Well, you even the use of the term is to me, to a person who's attuned to what the New Testament gospel teaches. The word probation it must grate on anybody.
But is it the last distinctive thing that they can hold on to? If you've dismantled everything else, is it the last distinctive Adventist message still standing that they want to hang on to instead of let go of the whole thing?
Well, if you read The Great Controversy, which is sets forth the Adventist position in relation to what it understands as the gospel and the basic Christian life and the investigative judgment, when Ellen White is trying to explain the sanctuary service and the forgiveness of sins from the blotting out, that she makes a distinction between forgiveness or the pardon of sin and the final blotting out of sins in the judgment. The position she takes is that the beginning of the when one accepts the work of Christ on his behalf or her behalf, he's forgiven and pardon is placed against his name, and he's put on probation. And that probation continues until it's all reviewed at the investigative judgment. Then if his probationary period is satisfactory in the review of the investigative judgment, then his sins are finally blotted out and he's ready for his probation is closed. He's ready for everybody's closed probation. Now, it brings in the whole view that in the Christian life, the believer is on probation. Now, I find that very offensive. You imagine in the story of the prodigal son, the son comes back, the waster comes back, the father, putting aside all his Jewish dignity, runs to meet him, which a man never did in those days. A man of dignity runs to meet his son. He won't even hear his confession full out, and he puts his robe on, and puts his finger on it. He puts his own signature, his own ring on his finger, and he brings him in and calls the party. It's hard to imagine the father saying on the son, now, I'll accept you back, but I want you to know that you're going to be on probation, and maybe for a long, long time, considering what you've done.
Yeah. A lot of it was.
Does he put the repentant sinner? The point is this: in the gospel account, does God put the repentant sinner, when he accepts the Savior, does he put him on probation?
No.
It's a terrible, terrible terminology. That is what I would call an extreme form of Arminian theology, in contradistinction to Calvinistic theology.
And a lot of people say, look, it's important to note that Adventists have got churches and schools and we've moved on to wonderful things. But again, I would say that if you're born into Adventism, if you go to a campaign and you join Adventism, you become an Adventist, you are going to stumble across these things that can cause great heartache. So what would you say to people that are saying, well, let's focus on the good things that have come out of the Adventist Church? Is there still something to warn them about, or do you think it's kind of disappeared and dissipated enough now just to not worry about, and we should just stop talking about it?
Well, yes, I try and look at the positives. I think Adventism saved one from the trauma of some shocking teachings in traditional Christianity. In my view, the traditional Christian doctrine of eternal torment is so appallingly, I'd have to say, really sort of pornographic, is in its horror, in its
violent.
It's so unspeakable that whatever, in my view, whatever errors I inherited from Adventism, investigative judgment, one of them, and what else, belief in an almost infallible Ellen White is another. I think all the errors of Adventism added up leaves one a lot better off than if I'd been born a traditional Christian and my mind had been bent and polluted by that terrible Christian doctrine of an eternal hell.
Right.
So that's the most positive thing I'd say. Well, at least that was gain for me.
Yeah. Jill, because we're going to have to wrap it up soon, is there some comments you'd like to raise or ask Bob? And then I kind of want to finish with where you are now, Bob, because you've gone from perfectionist, one end of the spectrum, you've used your mind, your inquiring mind, you're happy to find out if you're at fault because that leads to some improvement and a better life. And that took you onto a different path where you embraced righteousness by faith. You were able to dismantle yourself from the investigative judgment. I'm very keen to find out in a moment or two where that inquiring mind has led you now. So ponder that for a second. I'm just interested in Jill's...
That's a big area, and might I say, all that we've covered. If you ask me now where my thinking is, all that we've covered is like a peanut.
Yes.
Compared with what is to me now a mountain.
Yeah.
In importance and size and everything else. And we've taken a long time to cover the peanut. I mean, it's peanut butter theology. For Adventism it's peanut butter theology, and some have humorously called it egg white theology.
And like you said, you found yourself there sitting on the beach with Des going, what did we spend all this time, our lives, just cultivating a peanut?
It's like, imagine arresting these people walking up and down the beach and saying, have you heard about the investigative judge?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I hear what you're saying. And I want to explore a bit of that in a moment. I just want to give Jill the floor for a second.
But my thing is, we've spent why not we, if you want to pursue it, some of the, where my thinking is now on, whoops. Oh, gee.
Are you still there?
Why is this gone?
We can see you and hear you.
You're gone from my screen.
Oh, can you hear us?
Hang on.
Because we can still see and hear you.
Let me click something.
No, can you hear me? Put your hand up if you can hear me.
Oh, I can hear you.
Oh, good. Yeah.
I'm talking to a blank wall here. It's my fiddling here.
Everyone in the internet world can see you.
Sorry, guys.
That's all right. This is the joys of live social media broadcasting.
It should say video somewhere.
I mean, to do justice to where I've gone, and might I say, it's for me. My journey is as rational and moving from one point to the next, not rushing. For instance, in the 1980s, after doing after doing 1844 re-examined, I wrote two major works. The first one is called Judged by the Gospel. Now, in Judged by the Gospel, it's a 300 and was just about a 400-page book. I dealt with the context of Daniel 8 and Daniel 9 and showed that the line of reasoning to begin with this is massively out of context. To arrive at 1844 is quite ridiculous. And I dealt with all of that but I still bent over backwards to deal kindly with Adventism and kindly with Ellen White. And a lot of readers, it's helped them. They appreciated the difference of reading my treatment of Ellen White than, say, Walter Ray's treatment of Ellen White, which is ruthless and at times very sarcastic. I tried to avoid that when I wrote Judged by the Gospel. Although I'd have to admit I lean a little bit more toward Walter Ray because I found some evidence since about Ellen White's trickery and dishonesty that was so bad I decided not even to publish it because...
So you've written about it, but you haven't published it?
No, I haven't even written about it.
Can you tell us a bit about it?
I have the documents. Well, it was in the end of the 19th century. I've got it all on my files. It's quite an amazing story to me. It was in the 1890s when some of the leaders or scholars in the church were becoming mindful that Ellen White was not all that she was cracked up to be, because she was involved in some literary borrowings without giving credit, and she had bookmakers to help her write books, and after all, she only had a third-grade education, and she really wasn't capable of doing the fine quality books that were being published under her signature and so on. Some of these questionings about Ellen White was being quietly going around, not so much in the laity, but in some of the more prominent figures in the church. It happened that she had a minister friend whom she had some association with quite a bit. His name was Washburn, Elder Washburn. She wanted to convince her that she wanted to convince him that these stories weren't true. She was really inspired by the Holy Spirit. No one could write like she could. And she was capable of writing material of this quality that would convince him that she was inspired by the Holy Ghost. So she wrote him a letter, a long letter as it happened. I have a copy of the entire letter written in the handwriting of Ellen White, Dear Brother Washburn. There's an introduction, which is Ellen White's just chatty, about events and what's going on in her life. And there's a conclusion at the end with salutations to his wife. In the middle, there's a long dissertation about the glories of Christ, our Redeemer, or the love of God as revealed in Christ, our Redeemer, and what a light he is, and so on. And she goes on for 2 or 3 pages of a very impressive exaltation of Christ. Beautiful bit of writing. Very appealing, impressive piece of writing. When Washburn got the letter, he was very impressed. First of all, and he exhibited the letter. He ran around everywhere extolling the letter and reaching as many, influencing them for the to overcome all their doubts about Ellen White. First of all, because this was written in Ellen White's handwriting. No one had written it for her. She had written this beautiful material. He called it such winsome tenderness and love and beauty. This woman with a third-grade education would write this magnificent material. Was proof that she was an inspired prophet. And how could she do it unless she was inspired? Then, in my research, having read and got some of my cues from Walter Ray and others, I obtained one of the books that Ellen White used a lot. It was called John Harris, the Great Teacher, and I have his book on my computer. The body of her letter was wholly copied from John Harris. It is copied so closely from John Harris, she must have had John Harris's book beside her as she wrote this letter to Washburn, and she copied from John Harris and put it in her writing, in her letter to Washburn, and convince him completely that she was under divine inspiration. And yet, the letter is the most scandalous bit of copying without giving credit that I've ever read.
In that letter, is she saying, I want you to realize
No.
anything? What?
No, she didn't do that. No mention of that.
So how did
And she must have known that he was running around everywhere extolling that letter and how he was using that letter as evidence of her inspiration. And if she had a bone of honesty in her, she would have said, I'm sorry. They were not my words. I borrowed those from a Protestant author by the name of John Harris. And we ought to be ashamed of ourselves as Adventists that we are so dry and barren that we can, that we don't have teaching like this.
Yeah.
So, anyway,
what research had you done that made it seem that she was wanting to convince him that she was inspired? Is there other letters around it?
Well, it was the whole context, the time in which because that was becoming the talk of the church.
Right. That maybe she wasn't having a direct connection with.
She was losing her authority in the church.
Right.
She was in danger. I'll put it this way: she was in danger, but it wasn't so much with the laity; it was with the leadership. She was in danger of losing her authority. That her material would be, called into question, and her inspiration would be, she'd made astonishing claims. For instance, she'd said that she didn't mind people quoting her as long as they'd put it in. If anybody who was compiling anything or doing any writing and wanted to quote her, as long as they put it into quote and acknowledged where it came from, she was satisfied. Why didn't she do it? Yeah,
she was clear that she wanted others to do it, and then she pulled her book on the life of Paul as well because of Connie Berenhausen.
It's overwhelming. She was not only content, she deliberately set out to copy. She deliberately used other person's material, and she wanted to get the credit of being able to write such material.
And when people say, well, you know, copyright laws were different then, when Connie Bear and Howson, the publishers, threatened legal action with her book on Paul because it was so similar to their book on Paul, she pulled the book from the publication, from the distribution. So they definitely knew about copyright.
They definitely knew about copyright. Yeah. But anyway, that's one illustration. But after doing that was I got sidetracked there. After doing 1844 re-exam, I did Judged by the Gospel. Then my major review was called Sabbatarianism Re-examined. Now, that started something else off, because I began at the background of my research on Sabbatarianism. The great debate, of course, about the Sabbath was, should Christians keep the seventh-day Sabbath, the same as the Jewish Sabbath? Was there a change of Sabbath, and which is the you know, the day to be kept or celebrated, and so on? The biggest thing that drove me in that research, by far, it was not how I used the Bible, or was not my proof text. People may have their opinion about, you know, the passage in Romans 14 or Colossians 2 and Galatians about you keep days and months, and I'm afraid of you lest you, you know, they may argue the point on some of that. Well, what was the conference in Acts 15 all about? The ecumenical church, you know, did they mention the Sabbath? Was that, you know, included in the conference? There are points people go, you can go on and that for forever. There can always be new arguments. But the big thing for me in my research, I think if it's any talent I have in research is going for the jugular. Forget the periphery. Let's get to the main facts. And what I got involved in studying was, and it only began that when I did Sabbatarianism Re-examined, that was only the beginning of another long journey. I did a study of Jewish Christianity, indistinct from Gentile Christianity. I found, even though I knew something about it, to my amazement, that these actually formed two distinct movements and eventually became two different religions. If I may run ahead a bit in my long research, I would say this: Gentile Christianity, after a few hundred years, morphed into Roman Catholicism. Jewish Christianity, after a few hundred years, morphed into Islam.
Wow.
One of these days, I forget the time, I'd write, I'd never been written an astonishing story behind Muhammad and what gave him his start. Anyway, that journey began when I was looking at Sabbatarianism. I looked at Jewish Christianity, beginning with what is popularly called the Jewish church, the first church at Jerusalem. I think it was a synagogue rather than a church. They're basically the same word, meaning an assembly. There were many Jewish in Jerusalem and around Jerusalem at that time. There were many different synagogues. Some of them were ethnically based. Some of them were based on various leanings and ideologies, from conservative to liberal. And any 12 males could begin a new synagogue. And I think the Jesus people began the Jesus synagogue in Jerusalem. It contained the apostles, all the apostles, and the leader of it distinctly was James. Not Peter, but James. And when he was murdered, his cousin took the chair and became the leader. It was the Jesus family who were the leader of that leadership of that group, maintained it for nearly 100 years that we can trace it. Now, I looked at this Jewish church. I found that they never called themselves Christians. That was the Gentile wing of the church.
And the Gentile wing of the church is
I
Paul.
read an enormous amount of literature. I've got books in my library, some of them 1,000 pages, just written on one theme alone, James, the brother of Jesus. 1,000-page book all about James. We almost can nail down historically, we know we can nail down more things historically about James than we can nail down about the historical Jesus. The historical Jesus is a little bit elusive. James, and so on in his history. So I've studied the history of Jewish Christianity over against Gentile Christianity. There were attempts to reconcile the two movements. Paul tried and failed. They eventually became hostile to each other and formed two different streams. One went into Western Christianity, became the religion of Western Christianity, and the other went east. It went into the desert of Arabia and places like Iraq, where they formed cells, and they kept the thing going for a few hundred years. Wow. Among the Semite people. Now, what I found, that only started my journey, but it helped me clarify my Sabbatarian view. I found in history that this synagogue, this Jewish synagogue, under the leadership of James, was Sabbatarians. They circumcised their children, they kept the Sabbath, they ate kosher food. They were Jewish people. They were highly regarded by all in Jerusalem. When James was murdered, he had such a reputation for his piety among the Jews that many Jews believed that the destruction of Jerusalem and the burning of the city by Romans wasn't because of what they did to Jesus, it was because they murdered James. That's how high a repute he was held. Anyway, interesting facts on and what their points of doctrine was, what their theology was. I've done it all. They were Sabbatarian. And in my view, I've studied the sociology of the early Christians, and you can look at it. My brother opposed me, my brother John. He you know, he was so upset, he almost cried on the shoulder of the brethren of mutual fear of what Des and I were going to do to the church if we got together, which we never. And when John challenged me on the Sabbath, I says, John, here's the history books. Go and study your history of Jewish Christianity. Go and study the history of Gentile Christianity. And as I studied those two history, one was Sabbatarian and the other wasn't. For me, it was so clear.
Yeah,
not a scholar in the world worth his salt would ever say that Gentile Christianity, the Pauline churches were Sabbatarian churches. It's nonsense. It's absolutely BS from beginning to end. I mean, Paul could write to those churches, the young churches they're called. His letters were to young churches. And he would list 23 sins in one, 23 different errors that they were making. He wanted to correct them in 23 different areas of their life. That was a culture where there was no 40-hour week. Most of them were slaves, or many of them were slaves. There was no 40-hour week, no weekend. How come their problems? There's no Sabbatarian problems, arguments, nothing there. No, there's not among the all the historians who do the socio. We know now, we would probably know 50 times more about the sociological conditions of the first century than people who lived 50 years afterwards. Not there, not there. Far as Paul concerned, the freedom of the gospel. If you live this way of life, you should accept Christ, and over here you accept Christ. Well, this, one man eats vegetables and the other, and only eats herbs. The other man will eat anything. No.
It sounds like Pauline Christianity is the one that's dominated the world.
So what happened, when I did Sabbatarianism re-examined, I got onto something that was extremely fascinating as well as important. I wanted to know church history. I wanted to know what happened to these Jewish Christians. Now, for instance, I can't help asking the question, what if we say the Adventist movement arose? You study the Adventist history. It was begun by Americans, like the Mormon church was begun by Mormons. The Mormon church was begun by Americans, right? The Adventist church was begun by Americans. 100 years later, could you imagine you got an Adventist church in which you can't find one American in it? And certainly not one American leader. You'd say, that's strange. What if you got a Mormon church begun by Mormons, 100 years after Mormon? You got a Mormon church in which there's not one American leader in it. I mean, we've never had, almost every general conference president has been an American. The church is still an American-controlled church. But when you look at Gentile Christianity and look at it from the fathers and read all the fathers, how come there's not one Jew among them? Where are the Jews? They started this thing. They were the founders of the Jesus movement. James and the apostles in the Jerusalem church. Where are the Jewish brethren? They're not accepted in the church. They're out there. They're regarded as heretics.
Well, they're out east.
Where are they gone? Well,
you're saying they went out east and kind of eventually just dissipated into the sand.
Yeah, but one movement was hostile to the other.
Right. Yes. Yeah.
So that began a journey with me.
Yeah.
Now, 20 years ago, I came to a basic conclusion. I wrote an essay. I wrote a paper on the position paper on the division between Pauline or Jewish Christianity and Gentile Christianity. But you know, my subsequent research led me to It was so astonishing what I found that at the end of the 1980s, I decided to just join the human race, and I advised my friends in America to do that. And I came home and got into farming, and I went into local politics, and I said nothing for about 10 years. But I still had an elephant in the room. I had another elephant I had to deal with. It was the tension. I became conscious of a tension that most scholars, and I think today, what they call Jesus scholars, are conscious of. The Jesus of history and the Christ of faith. I've spent 20 years, more than 20 years, 30 years, my library's full of material on a study of the historical Jesus. I can't summarise my findings here. I think we've spent enough time, but if you want to go down that route in another session,
Yeah, I was just going to say,
we would do that. But
yeah, I was just going to say some of the this material you're raising now, I'm super fascinated by, and I think it deserves its own session and interview on. Would you be willing to come back in maybe a month's time, and we can
I'd discuss
unpack that more?
I mean, we'd to pursue some of the issues right here after a long session.
Yeah, we can start afresh with that, because what you're raising there is fascinating additional information that shows how you've gone from this one kind of set of beliefs and how it's transitioning, and it's demonstrating your mind, your inquiring mind. So I would like to explore that more. We're going to have to wrap up now, but I am very super interested in that, and I think it fits right in with what we can be discussing here on the program. So maybe in a month's time we can chat and organise something, because you're touching on things there that are
it's just too much to put on your plate at once. And if people are on a journey, to go so far, and especially if people are from an Adventist background are looking at a journey.
I think people see you as a valuable contributor to the Adventist journey. So I don't think we would be wanting to wrap up the rest of the story. I think, just like you say, I think it's good to put it into some parts, and we can call this part 1 and 2, and our next one part 3. Where is Bob now?
That's right.
Can I just throw over to Jill for a second, because we will have to wrap up in a minute. I'm interested, Jill, if you can just kind of bring us back to some thoughts, particularly on that intersection period when Bob and Des were kind of in alignment in many ways, and just help wrap us up there with the Glacier view.
I'll make one point there before Jill hops in on that.
Yep.
When we intersected, I always felt it was a pity, because I hadn't, when Glacier View took place, I hadn't reviewed, I hadn't done Sabbatarianism re-examine, which led me on to another major position. And Des and I had some a nice exchange on Sabbatarianism. He wrote a book, and I wrote some reply to him on Sabbatarianism. So our paths diverged then, and it gave a distinct difference, a very distinct difference between Des and me. If I had gotten around to, which I wasn't ready for it, quite ready for it. I was still doing this study on Jewish Christianity and Gentile Christianity. That was something, that was an elephant in the room that I hadn't got around to deal with. If I'd done Sabbatarianism re-examined before Glacier View, it would have given Des an opportunity to make a clear distinction between where he was going and where I was going.
Yeah.
Took place when we were we were like passing each other, going in different directions.
What are your thoughts, Jill?
Well, a couple of things that I'll talk about when I'm interviewed. You know, you've had people here like Lyndon Rogers who's talked to you about the issues about the sanctuary, and I've got a fairly simplistic understanding. I'm learning stuff from listening to other people all the time, so I never got into the heavy doctrinal stuff. I could see the big picture on some things, but I really only got into theology about every 10 years. I would write something, and what I'm most interested to talk about in Glacier View is the politics, and to explain to people how Des got fired. Now, on one hand, and I'll talk about it more later, but one big factor was Bob Brinsmead. But Neil Wilson made it very, very easy. He planned to, and people will find it hard to believe, or maybe they won't. He made a plan, and I can sort of prove it from his own words, because I've spent a lot of time on the history of Glacier View. The fact that they were getting the Dallas Statement ready for the previous 18 months before Glacier View was a sort of, we saw a lot of this as providential. So I don't think they started to get the Dallas Statement together because of Glacier View, because the forum meeting happened well into that. But they made sure that they got that together April 1980. And basically Neil Wilson said, we're not going to move any further forward than the Dallas Statement. And when they fired Des, you know, they got this separate statement with the 6 people. When they fired Des on the Friday, they used the Dallas Statement. They used the 10-point statement, which said, this is where you differ from the traditional view. And if I could get that over to people, that Des wasn't fired over what he wrote in the Glacier View manuscript. It wasn't open at Glacier View. It really wasn't addressed. The issues that Des raised, Des was very idealistic, and he wanted to see the church progress with the gospel and on prophecy and become biblical, as I mentioned. But he was never fired over that. He was fired over, where do you differ from what we've always taught? It's that simple. If you want to explain how Des was fired, he was fired by a creed, the Dallas Statement, which was essentially traditional Adventism. That is how Neil Wilson did it, and I can prove it. But there were other things, and when I talk to you, I want to go through the records of the Friday afternoon, which I shouldn't have, but I do, written by Bob Spangler and other people there in the meeting where they disciplined Des. Prexad and the Australasian Division. Well, I've got the notes, and they basically ran down Des. He was a poor scholar, he was divisive, blah, blah, blah. But they spent a huge lot of time on Bob Brinsmead and Des's relationship with him, and wanted Des to separate himself from Bob. Now, this was never mentioned during the week, so all the scholars had no idea that this conversation took place. But behind that, when Bob talked about John Brinsmead, his brother, getting upset with him after he wrote 1844, he communicated with the division Now, they deny this, but Bob's told me it happened. Claude Judd said he was in the meetings at the division, and John Brinsmead was interviewed by Trevor Lloyd. So was Claude Judd, and apparently signed a statement that what he told them was true. And all these rumours flew around Australia about me being involved. I was the mediator between Des and Bob. Absolutely not true. But I didn't hear them because I was in America. But on the Friday afternoon, that issue with Bob and asking Des, he must go in the review and distance himself from Bob, and Des couldn't do it. And that's one of the major reasons that he said, look, you give me years and I couldn't do this. Because he said, Bob is the gospel ministry, is my friend. I will not oppose him. And that's a big factor of why Des. So I don't know whether Bob wants to address that, but I thought I'd mention it. There were several prongs to the fork that got Des.
Yeah.
It was nothing to do with what he presented.
Well,
It's very honourable.
it is very, and
Well, that was Des.
it's a very similar thing that happened to, and you'll all know him, the late Arthur Patrick. When he was a young intern minister in New Zealand, it was rumoured in the church, and probably he was reading some of the material that, but it was rumoured that he was getting caught up in Brinsmead teaching. So they brought Arthur in, and they said to Arthur, we want you simply to say, we'll make it easy for you. All you have to say is, they have a mantra. It was a common mantra. This was the mantra they gave him. They wanted Arthur Arthur to say or to sign, Brinsmead is of the devil. No, Arthur Patrick said, no, I can't conscientiously do that. He said, I'm sure Bob has done devilish things, like all of us. But he said, I don't think I can say Brinsmead is of the devil. So they withdrew their support. He went out rabbiting for about 6 months, catching rabbits for a living, until he proved that he was going to be loyal enough, and they brought him back into the ministry.
Who is they?
Well, the leaders of the church, the conference, whoever runs the institution, you know.
Now, here's a little bit of history on that. Des saved Arthur. He invited him to Avondale to teach. That's how Arthur was saved. And that is why Arthur spent so much time trying to save Des and bring him back into the church. He spent a lot of time in the early 2000s because he never forgot that Des saved him.
Saved him from rabbit hunting and gave him a job at college.
Yeah, you know, I mean, he was a kindly person. I remember him very well, Arthur, but he wrote to me saying he was involved in this work of reconciliation. I commended him for it, and I said, look, I think you're doing a good thing trying to get Des back in the church, and some like Des, because, you know, that'd be a good thing. But I said, don't spend time on me because I've gone too far. Did
you officially take your name off the roll, Bob?
Oh, they took me off in about 1960. In 1960, I believe.
Your name was taken off the roll that far back?
Oh, yes.
Oh, wow.
It's when I first went to America. I
So
got a letter.
Right.
My home church saying that I was taken off the roll.
And so the awakening movement, was that kind of your new church for a while?
But they got around, John retained his membership. He wasn't taken off the roll. The real fact is he never was on the roll.
I just read a letter by Ron Taylor in 2005 saying that John was in good and regular membership.
John will get a laugh out of that one. But anyway, that became a mantra. See, if you could say that, it was
I've just got to turn my heater off. Keep going.
He said to keep going.
There was it reminds me of the mantra when the so-called Jewish Christians who continued worshipping at the synagogue until about 85 AD. They never called themselves Christians, but mostly they went by the name Nazarenes. But the synagogue called them the Min. I don't know why it came from the M-I-N. Must have had something to do with the local language. But they drew up at the time of the split between the Min and the rabbinic. There was two parties contending for the future of Judaism. There was the Nazarenes, called the Min, and there was the rabbinic party. And the rabbinic party got the upper hand, and they drew up a simple saying that they would sort out those whom they'd disfellowship, throw out of the synagogue, and the statement, they had to make a statement, Jesus is cursed. If they could say Jesus is cursed, then they'd remain in the synagogue. They did it, simple as that. That's how they sorted them out.
Yeah.
So the simple way, the brethren found a very simple way to find out whether a person was in danger of being infected with Brinsmeadism and should remain in the ministry or in the church, is just have a simpler thing. Just say, I believe Brinsmead is of the devil.
Yeah.
If you can say that, you're a good member. Okay, we've got no more questions.
Des wasn't willing to say Bob Brinsmead is cursed. Arthur wasn't willing to say Bob Brinsmead was cursed.
Well, at least.
It's a very effective form of oppression and suppression.
Yeah, well.
Hey, I just wanted to, we'll wrap up. I'm going to give Jill the final word, but I had Joy Butler drop off some. It's a box with Des Ford written on it, and there's lots of papers, and I'll give you more information about it later. But it's absolutely fantastic goldmine. So thank you, Joy, if you're watching. I'm going to be sharing some of the material, but I had to turn the heater off, and I saw the box there. I thought, oh, that's right. There was something I wanted to kind of share with you guys that you'd raised. So this is a letter. I won't say who it's from, but it was, I think, a pastor at the time that was concerned about what was happening. It's September 17, 1980. So it's only a month after Glacier View. And he'd written a letter to Parmenter. And this is Parmenter's reply. And I won't read the whole thing, but the pastor that was concerned was kind of raising the topic of the investigative judgment. And Parmenter has replied in one of his paragraphs there, we have more confidence than ever that the foundational doctrines of the Adventist Church can be biblically supported and confirmed by the spirit of prophecy. And then goes on. And I just thought, it sounds like for decades and decades and decades and decades, they've been trying to biblically support and confirm it. And here we are, just after Glacier View, with Parmenter saying, we have confidence more than ever that the foundational doctrine of the Adventist Church can be biblically supported and confirmed.
Amazing.
Thought that was an interesting little find.
Interestingly, the Prexad and the elder Pastor Parmenter and Duffy, they represented the Australasian division. They presented Des with the 10-point statement, which was just comparing him with traditional Adventism on the sanctuary. And somebody just dropped a line and said, what do you think of the consensus statement? And he said, I think it's great. I can live with it. And none of them believed him. It had actually gone towards his view in about 12 points. And I remember at the time, I cried the whole time. I don't think I've cried since, but I've probably cried for about 3 hours in that meeting. And I thought to myself, they're just not like the disciples. They don't understand. I thought they were very good men, not all of them, but most of them, very godly Christian men, but they didn't see what was happening. I don't think.
Yeah. Hey guys, we're going to wrap up this fascinating conversation that has ebbed and flowed and had technical difficulties and pops ins and outs. But and Joy has just reminded me to say this is a collection that she's donated to SDAQ&A. It's not her collection. She was given it by someone else. And just I've got replies there from just today, having a brief look at it. I'm thinking, wow, this is a treasure trove of interesting documentation that I'll be sharing. So thank you very much, Bob, for taking such a big chunk of your day out to talk to us. I really appreciate it.
You're very welcome.
I was saving up money to drive up there and interview you, and this has been a way that I can still stay with my family and not have to head up the coast. But I would have done it. I want to talk to you, and I want...
First time I've done any Zoom interview.
This is your first Zoom interview. I'm interviewing Ron Numbers next week on Friday at 11 a.m. and he said that this is his first Zoom interview as well. So thank you very much, Bob, and I definitely want to talk to you again, if you don't mind, in 4 to 6 weeks, where we can unpack part 3 of the Bob Brinsmead journey. You've had an amazing influence on the Adventist Church, and Jill has testified to your strength and positive influence on Des as well. So the last word goes to you, Jill, and then we'll say farewell.
Well, I've probably talked to Bob more in the last 6 months than I have in the whole time I've known him. You know, I was accused of being a mediator between Des and Bob, so that Des could say that he wasn't in contact. It was me, but it was never true. It was fictional. And Bob mentioned about the cassettes in the Friday afternoon. Neil Wilson accused Des of collaborating with Bob Brinsmead to send out 50,000 tapes. And Des was visibly pleased at the thought of all those tapes going out. And this did not go well for him. And he knew that he hadn't collaborated with Bob, but he thought Bob might have done it. And it took 27 years. I decided I'd find out who sent out the tapes. And I found out that it was fictional. And the number, 50,000, was absolute fictional. Never happened. I worked out who sent out the tapes.
Who was it?
It was a man in New Mexico, Don Croxton, who Bob might remember. Do you remember Don Croxton?
I met him once, and he had some correspondence with me when he was dying of cancer.
Right.
And I ran across the other day in my file a copy of the final letter I wrote to him. But
of course, it may be true that you sent out 50,000 tapes, but I've never found one that comes from Verdict.
yeah,
They
well,
came from Don. He had
people-
a ministry.
you know, I can honestly say I never played politics with the whole. I never, I wasn't a publisher. I wasn't an organizer. I didn't vote myself in to be the leader of the awakening. It wasn't an organization. It just happened.
Do you remember that I called you Brimstone?
Well, they used to call me Brimstone, yes. Fire and Brimstone.
I wrote a little book called Enquiry's Progress, and you were Brimstone in it, and you liked it. So you published that. That's the only thing I think you published of ours.
I've forgotten that. I remember it. It rings a bell there somewhere.
Fire and Brinsmead. Guys, this has been the most in-depth interview we've done. It's been fantastic. We've had more people watch it than anyone else. So thanks to those who have stuck it out and gone on this journey with us, and for all the support that people are giving to SDA Q&A. I think we're creating a very valuable document that long after we have left this mortal coil, people can come and look at the information and make their own minds up. So thank you very much, guys. Thank you, Jill. Can you just confirm I didn't have you sitting there just to be quiet?
And thank you, everyone, and those in the background who might listen. Just enjoy the journey.
Enjoy the journey. Don't focus on the peanuts. Jill, you've got to confirm that I wasn't telling you to be quiet this time, just so that
No, I only came on in case Bob forgot something.
I'm glad you came on, Jill. I felt you made me feel a bit more at home, because I think, oh, I'm talking to strangers, but you just gave it
Well, that was good.
a nice touch that you were there.
Well, I came down, somebody asked me, they wanted to visit you, and they asked me if I would go along, and I did, and witnessed a great conversation. And there were things that you couldn't quite remember, and because I'd been part of that history, like George Eldon Ladd, you couldn't remember that day, but I remembered it.
Well,
I thought, well, I can sit here, and if you can't remember something like Walter Martin, I might remember.
And you did.
Well, you did too. I got his name. What did I call him? I called him something else. Martin. I got his
Ralph Martin. But that was the reason I came, but I did do more talking.
No, I mean, it's 60 years ago, and it's sort of not my day-to-day turf. It's you're asking me to recall a journey now that
Well, you said it was like dipping into another universe.
it's like going back into another universe. But it's all there. I must admit that.
Yeah.
You did it very well.
The late David McMahon did an archive of just about everything I ever wrote, which is embarrassing because it's just so much. I don't want anybody to think by looking at it and say that bloke's as bad as Ellen White, but he suffers from hypergraphia. but anyway, he did it.
You changed your mind a lot too.
He did a lot, but he's got a lot of, I haven't even been through it all yet. He's got a lot of names in there. He's got Ford, he's got this Washburn character and all different names that come up, L. Hudson, and it's like all the major documents are easy to find. At least I've got to find, because sometimes I don't know where they are. Judged by the Gospel and 1844 re-examined, and my early, even the Vision by the Hiddicle, they got me thrown out of college. That's now my most treasured possession.
Well, how can we get a copy of that? Can you,
Bob, do you think you could
sell
send
us one?
me the address? Get somebody to send me the address, and I'll put it on Facebook.
Yeah.
Des is also getting a new website. Now, this has been coming along for a couple of years, but it's supposed to be imminent, and it's supposed to have all his videos like the old website had, and podcasts, and all his books will be downloaded.
I bet no one, my brother John rags me about it because he was watching on, it's in the file somewhere, the debate Des and I had about the timing of Revelation 18 and the universal death decree. You imagine?
I don't remember that one.
That was a debate between Des and I, and John laughs and he says, "You were a couple of lunatics."
Nice lunatics.
Oh, it
I'm
was
very fond of my lunatic.
good.
Oh dear.
But, in all of that, I mean, Des, I had a great admiration for Des, and so we may have disagreed, but it was always kindly and respectful. But going through the thousands of documents is one thing I would say. I don't mean to, it's just a matter of not as bragging, but history. Since I got the library from David, I've trawled through a lot of documents, and I don't believe you could find one anywhere in a long history over many years where I ever indulged in any ad hominem attack on anybody. The brethren in the church, the leadership, wasn't just, it just didn't interest me ever to go down that road.
Yeah, and you haven't today either.
It was only a theological discussion. It was only, what does the Bible say? What is the meaning of this? That's all there was to it. I'm glad I never went down. I never thought of them as bad men. Anybody that opposed me, it's just that we just disagreed.
Yeah.
I can testify that when you visited us, which was not often, I used to follow you through the bush, and that's absolutely true. It was all ideas.
Same thing with Des. You'd never hear out of Des's mouth.
No.
Or, he might laugh about some things and some of his conflicts he had with, the brethren and their ideas and so on, but he never indulged in any ad hominem.
Yeah. Well, guys, thank you very much. It has been fantastic. And Jill's helping me out. We've got some people coming up next week. Can you tell us, Jill, who's coming up?
John Carter's going to speak on Thursday. Bob's been a good John's been a good friend to us. I think he dislikes the Catholics more than Des did because of his personal dealings with them overseas. But he'll have something interesting to say because he was actually at the executive meeting in Sydney where they fired Des. So
wow, that's going to be interesting.
That's
So that's next
interesting.
week. Write that in your calendar.
If you ever, besides the Adventist journey, an interesting character became a friend of mine. It was a priest in the Roman Catholic Church in Melbourne, and he was thrown out of he was defrocked, like Des was, by Cardinal Pell. Archbishop George Pell threw him out of the priesthood.
Wow.
And he wrote several books, and he's begun an independent movement of renewal within the Catholic Church. He's one of the most brilliant teachers I've ever listened to. I highly commend his books. His name is Michael Morwood. He is something to read.
Yeah, okay, good. And yep.
All right.
And might I say, why I find him interesting, our paths have crossed. And our paths have crossed and coalesced even in a number of very important areas.
Yeah.
He mirrors. You'd read. He's so clear and so simple in his writings. I'd almost say in some places, go and read Michael Morwood rather than trying to, read my turgid stuff.
Okay, guys, we're leaving it there.
Hang on just a minute.
Oh, yes.
I've got somebody else speaking up next Thursday.
Oh, yes.
And most people wouldn't know who he is and they might not listen. But look, he's a saint. He comes from Uganda. He works, I don't know whether he's doing it now, but he was a representative for Good News in Belgium and Uganda and Rwanda. And his story about how he learnt the gospel from Des is quite a fascinating story. He was a librarian at Adventist College. He got some books that Good News sent him a whole box of books at some time. He put them under his desk in the library, he had his own lending library. And so there's a network of gospel ministers in Africa. But he also is doing law. He works as a contractor at The Hague for the Rwanda atrocities. Very, I look on him as a man of affairs. So I'd urge you, even though you don't know who he is, to listen to him. He might struggle with English a bit, but, he's willing to speak and
That's great.
He's going to speak next week.
So that's Thursday, John Carter and this guy.
Yeah, it'll be 9 o'clock at night. He's got 4 little children, so we can only do it at night.
Did
9
you
o'clock his time.
Did you say John Carter?
Yes.
In the morning, yeah.
Okay, we might continue this conversation later on.
Right.
See you later. And just one last thing, Lance, can you write in below? I've got Lance looking after, or Lance, my friend from the Philippines that really kind of kicked this latest season off on Glacier View. Write in, he's looking after Wednesday bookings, and I've got Jill looking after Thursday bookings, and I do the rest, and I can kind of be my normal disorganized self. See you, Bob. See you, Jill.
I enjoyed the chat.
It's been fantastic. I'm looking forward to our next one.
Okay, mate.
See you guys.
Bye-bye.
Oh, wow. You know, some of you have stayed watching the whole time, and we began 4 hours ago. I appreciate that. I'm laughing because of the Peter Dixon long goodbyes. That was over 20 minutes since I first said. Anyway, we're wrapping it up now. There we go. Well, that's what happens with conversations. You know, if you ever get to join me at a local cafe, you know, allow at least 2 hours and maybe more, because, you know, we're chatting, we're having a conversation. I am hoping and looking for someone who's got a good ear and a good eye and a good understanding of the content that is willing to go through, because there is a new channel that is, what have we called it? SDAQ&A highlights, and feel free to go and check that out. I'll bring it up on the screen so you can have a little look. And this is a channel that doesn't have the long goodbyes. I've got 5 episodes up already, working on another one now. But I hope to get to a point where I have one a week going up there. For those of you that just like 20-minute bite-sized chunks of the program. So, yeah. We'll look forward to seeing everybody tomorrow at Good News Fellowship. By the way, those listening on the podcast, this is me now talking from 2025. And this is actually season 15, episode 9. And wow, boy, there were so many gems in there listening to that again that I'd missed the first time. And I know it's, you know, it's a 3-hour, 48-minute long interview. But if you broke that up over a few weeks, just to bite-sized chunks, I just think there's so much more in there that is just incredible. So I'm hoping that, let's see how many likes we've gotten over that time period. We had 4 at the start. Let's see if more of you lent in and clicked that like button. Oh, we did get a few more. That's good. So, yeah, thanks again for watching. I think my long goodbyes are much shorter now. I'm learning. I'm a slow learner. If you'd like to support what I'm doing, there's the PayPal down below. And, yeah, it really helps towards me continuing on putting out this content. And until tomorrow, Good News Fellowship. I'll say this one last time. We don't go live into SDAQ&A anymore. We have our own channel. It's at Gospel Good News Fellowship. And yeah, would love to have you join us tomorrow. And Book Club is on tomorrow as well, as soon as Good News Fellowship finishes. And Nikki Carlton is our special guest tomorrow. Thank you for watching today. Moto Sapien, I think you were pretty much watching from the start. You're definitely going to get a first mug off the rank. Okay. I need to go and have a nap. See you, everybody. Thanks heaps.